Ignore that. I have a little Titus over here. He's just gonna enjoy the story time. Perfect. Oh, will the chat fit in here? Can I send my own messages? EP. Oh, hi Nick Mellon. There we go. There's a okay. Chat messages fit. All right, no problem. What a grab. Hello, Nick Mellon. I hope you're doing all right. Hi. I'm doing good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm very glad to hear that. I'm about some reading. I haven't read out loud in like forever, so it's gonna be fun. I mean, well, yeah. No, yeah, I haven't. Last time I started reading was Danganronpa. That was like 3 weeks ago. So I am happy to be doing it. I'm happy to be doing it again. Okay. Oh, let me grab some coffee and we will start. Ow, my fingers, that hurt. This is definitely the wrong season to be playing this game, but you know what? All is good. You know, sometimes you just want to play something different. Sometimes you want to reminisce on the old, you know, go back 6 months ago or 5 months ago and just relive Christmas again. Relive when it was cold and not hot. Relive when things were quiet and there were no bugs everywhere. Reflect on the time when you could go outside and not have to worry about the pollen count in the air. You know, sometimes you just want to go back to that. Sometimes you just fucking hate summer and you just wish for it to be perpetual winter. That's how I feel. What are you talking about? Christmas in May is the new hot thing. I mean, true. Also, hi Jules, how you doing? But yeah, sometimes you just want to reminisce on like the good times when you could walk outside and at 12 at midnight and the ground would still not burn you. You know, sometimes you just want to go back to that. Totally, we just call it Macemas. I do swear. Oh my god, your name is like impossible to see. Why, of all things, do they like... Does Twitch give you just a random color and it picks the blue that looks exactly like black? Either that or my vision's so bad, all I see is just a blue line. That's it for your name. Totally, we just call it Macemas. Macemas? What do they even name? What is? Hold on, I already forgot what I named the Twitch title. Or the title of the video. The stream. Oh, right, Furries celebrate Christmas and it goes horribly wrong. Yeah, that's what I named it. Okay, yeah. Fitting title. Because they're assholes? Yeah. I can't believe I totally forgot what I named the stream. But I reread it, and you know what? I liked it. And guess what? That's a sign of a good stream title. Is you look at it and you're like, hey, that's a pretty nice title. You're like, haha, I like that title. Fitting. But yeah, sometimes you just wanna... I just am sick of the heat. And I work at a car place, a car factory, and it is just so hot. It is so hot, and I had to walk so much, and like, the only like respite I get is the industrial fan that cools me down, but like I can't stand there for like, I can't just stand there and cool off forever. I have to actually work, so like, it's just, you know, it's just sporadic, like, I do all the work I can and maximize my time I can spend in front of the industrial fan. And so it is just, I don't know. That's work for me right now. It's just strategizing to get more time in front of that big, wonderful fan. Lol, what could possibly go wrong? Oh, well, we'll find out. Ha 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 ha. What could go wrong, right? I mean, furries, you know, celebrating Christmas together. It couldn't go horribly wrong. People most definitely are not gonna die. Ha ha ha. So, a forewarning, okay? This game is originally in Chinese. Alright, I believe it's Chinese. This game was originally in Chinese and is translated into English. The last time I played this, the English was passable. It was pretty good. It was definitely not as bad as like fucking like the hundreds of anime visual novels there are, where it's like, it's like, it's just incoherent garbage. Like somebody just straight up like threw it into Google Translate and that was it. It is definitely not as bad as that. Meanwhile, the worst it's gotten here is like 25°C with 90% humidity. I feel like I'm living in a swamp. Oh boy, broken English. I will doom. I honestly, I like this visual novel. It is pretty good. I enjoy it. Okay, and I feel bad because like Game Grumps did like a single episode or maybe 2 episodes of it, and like they dropped it immediately. But I actually like this one. They did them bad, okay? I actually liked them, and I wrote a review, and then they actually like responded to it, and it made me feel happy. And I'm like, aw. And like the person who made the music, like I like the music. The music's pretty decent in this game. It's nice, and like right off the bat, there's a warning saying not to listen to it with headphones, and like somebody made a comment saying like, is there a reason why I get a warning saying not to listen to it with headphones? And like the guy who made the music is like, yeah, it's because I'm not really confident in my like music abilities, so like it's just a little sick humor. And I'm like, oh, you're so sweet. Visual novel. You're not tricking me into learning stuff, are you? No. I've never heard of this visual novel, so I'm intrigued. Ah, yeah, it's pretty good. It's actually really nice. I like it. Visual novel. You're not tricking me into learning stuff, are you? No, 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 no. It's basically like, if you don't know what a visual novel is, it is just it's just a book with pictures. That's it. And I will read it out loud for you, so you could go. I don't know, watch YouTube or something, play a game, whatever. Read it. Well, don't read a book. And I will be reading stuff to you. There'll be pictures and that kind of stuff. So chill, relax, because books are the devil. Well, you hush your butt, okay? Chill out. I will read you the book. Calm down. You won't have to go near the book. It will be me. Alright? Relax. The book. I am holding the book. You can sit like 6 feet apart if you want to. I will hold the book. My body will block it. I will protect you for the... It'll be okay. Alright. Let me make my cup of coffee and we can start. Oh, I'll take less than a minute. Yum, 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 yum. Delicioso. Okay, let me hush my butt. I'm back. Okay. Coffee is made. Also, I kind of lost my spoon in the cup, so like... Yeah. That's why it took like a little extra, like a little longer. It was because I had to fish out a scorching hot spoon out of a cup. Because I've been using this big thermos kind of thing, set kind of thermos, because I don't have any cups of my own. So I've been using this big old cup, and like I used the wrong spoon and it slipped and I dropped it, and it sunk beneath the coffee. So, yeah, that was fun. All right, let us continue. Let's start. Wait, hold on. Wait. Before we start, I want to make sure there's no spoilers in the whatever. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's go. How are you adjusting to work? Still in pain? Yeah, a little bit. I come back, you know, my legs ache and stuff like that, but you know what? I'm fine. I'm good. Okay, cool. Spoon and coffee is bad, but fork and food is the worst. True. Okay, we are our character, the one who we play as. His name is Roman, and he's a gray wolf, and he's 32 years old. I'm a professional detective. I'm a detective by profession. That's our boy Roman. Gotta get into the reading mood. Hold on, one more big old chug of coffee. All right, let us start. This immediately mess up the first word. The snow has stopped. A lonely lupine detective slowly pushed his way against the snow. It was a familiar pathway he followed, his footsteps heavy on the snow-buried stone path as he approached his destination. Day 1, the 23rd December 1285. It's 2 days until Christmas and 2 days until the end of my fast. I can tell it's coffee by the way it sounds. You know coffee too well. Feel that burn down on the way down. It's tea to scream. Hello, Clarion. Hello. As nice it is to feast as it is to feast on Christmas. I can't stomach a month-long fast. A whole month without any meat would certainly turn any wolf into a hare. Next time I'm not fasting for a month just to solve a case. Lucky for me, I closed my last case before it ruined my vacation at the White Star Tavern. I'm not gonna let another case interrupt my vacation. Not even a murder! Oh! I pulled my fur tighter and continued to walk against the cold wind towards the distant tavern. Look at my little paw print cursor. I finally saw this coming out of me, began to froze against my snout. I wonder why the tavern keeper won't move to a better spot. But if it weren't for their excellent cider, a tavern this far from downtown wouldn't last a year. The door's hinges creaked as I pushed it open. The warm scent of fireplace smoke, cooking bacon, and wheat bread encircled me. Several oil-painted portraits of white-furred dragons decorated the walls, each one exquisitely painted. Oh, that's our first boy. I haven't seen you here for a while. What would you like to have today? Okay, look. I've never learned how to pronounce his name. So I'm just gonna call him like I'm gonna pretend that the T is silent and the Z is silent as well. His name is Sarn, alright? The moment I saw this name, I was like, how do you Sarzn? Sarz. So his name is Sarn, okay? That's it. Tarzan. It really is just Tarzan. Just the S is missing. Sarn was dusting one of his precious portraits when I entered the tavern. Sarzn. I'd say Sarzn. The T is definitely silent. Yeah, the T is definitely silent, but like even then, Sarzn. It doesn't sound right. It still doesn't sound right. Maybe the last N is silent. Maybe his name is Sars. Sarzn. Oh, that Sarzn. I'm putting too much Sarzn. Sarzn. That's okay. That sounds better. Sarzn. Okay, there we go. Okay. Sarzn was dusting one of his precious portraits when I entered the tavern. He paused long enough to speak, then continued his work. I think you need a forked tongue to say that properly. True. Why does an Azor scale dragon like him love white-furred dragons so much? Maybe I'll never know. Same as usual. My fast doesn't break until the day after tomorrow. Got it. Sarzan put down the duster, then wiped his hands with a cloth at the counter before grabbing a beer mug and making his way towards the cellar. Arson. Arson's my name. It's not even spelled that way. It's arson. Okay. I hung my coat on the hat stand and sat beside the fireplace to warm myself up. Oh, look at him. What a coincidence to meet you here. What about you buying me a drink to celebrate this moment? Ah, fuck, I forgot their names are so messed up. Oh my god. Anzox. And socks. And socks. And socks. His name is Ansocks. Ansocks must have heard me come in and rose up from the corner to approach me, bringing his lute with him. And Socks, got it. He's a bard, but one without a patron to support his artistic career. He's also something of a detective fanatic, though I doubt if he has the necessary talents to actually be one. Nowadays he travels between taverns to sing for his supper, all while hoping to find some rich noble patron who will appreciate his talent and shower him with wealth. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm flattered that Roman, the great detective, still remembers me. I never forget a guy who distracts me every time when possible. Not on purpose, but still impressive. Of course I do. You left such an impression on me last time, when I was trying to solve that case and you... I'm really sorry about that, please no! Ansocks fled clutching his lute. Great, I saved a pint for myself. It's almost dinner time, but there's still no other customers here. Is it because of the heavy snow? I'm starting to feel thirsty after staying by the fireplace for too long. What's keeping Sarzan from bringing up the booze? As I looked around, I spotted a guy covered in a priestly robe and veil, wearing a silver cross and curled up at a corner table. I can't make out his face in the candlelight. His mug of cider is still full and untouched. Yay. Who in the hell would... Is that a disguise? Hasn't he heard of saying... Hasn't he heard about the saying, tigers changing their stripes? I have no idea what that means. What does that mean? Wait, hold on. Tigers changing their... Hasn't he heard the saying about tigers changing their stripes? I haven't even heard that saying before, but okay. Guys, have you heard about the saying, tigers changing their stripes? If you don't, you definitely don't know anything. Bunch of idiots, am I right? Sarzan came out from behind the counter and handed me a mug of cider along with a note. That's elegant. If you find anything regarding her, keep it to yourself. Her? Well, whatever. I've seen stranger things. I shoved the note up my sleeve and drank a gulp of cider and purposely let out a loud belch. I can't burp on command. I would, though. Hold on, maybe I can. Thank you, bartender, for the cider. Go. Wonderful. I definitely don't know that that's elegant over there. And she's a girl who doesn't look like a girl. Don't know that. Keeping it to myself. I relaxed in my usual chair, enjoying myself in the quiet and familiar atmosphere of the White Star Tavern. Looks like we're the only people here tonight. The logs in the fireplace were making tiny crackling sounds. Sarzan sat behind the counter, reading the cookbook his father left him. And Zox was playing his lute. Elegant had gone upstairs a while ago. Maybe I'll live here after I retire, if I have the money. Assuming the White Star keeps its comforting atmosphere till then. Come to think of it, what should I do to kill the time before dinner is served? I brought a book called A Brief History of Apollyon with me to do some reading during my vacation. Although, I don't really think this little book can tell me anything about my homeland I don't already know. I could also check out the White Star's this special Christmas menu. I can't have any meat for another 2 days, but a good glimpse of a good menu and a little bit of imagination won't break the rules. Maybe I'll just take a nap. I could use a good nap after losing sleep for almost a month. What should I do before dinner? Oh boy! Do we want to read history? Or do we want to take a look at our lovely menu? You know, look at some food porn? Or do I want to take a nap? What would I do in this situation? Well, first of all, I do like to read, but a history book sounds boring as hell. Why would you bring that? Especially if you know your history already. It's like looking up that's like looking at like a middle schooler's like history book. Like, you know all the stuff. Why would you bring it? I don't know. Now, a nap does sound tempting though. I would totally take a nap if I wanted to. But I also enjoy some food porn, so you know what? Let's take a look at that Christmas menu. Check out some food that we're not allowed to eat for 2 days. I might as well take a look at San's Christmas menu. I scanned through the thoroughly changed menu on the wall. Pale ale, cider, wine, wheat bread, apple pie, lamb chops. Nice and festive. From inside the kitchen came the warm scent of rich stews and spices, satisfying in the way that only home-cooked dishes can be. That's a beer. Sergeant came out of the kitchen and brought me a carrot stew and pale ale. Oh, thanks. You see, I don't really want to cook anything related to carrots, but given that you're still fasting... Fuck, that menu looks so good. What about fish? It's not that I don't like your stew, but fish is way better. Unfortunately, my fishmonger fell in his fishing hole the other day. I'd love to serve you some smoked herring. I can't stand carrot stew either as a chef or a diner. Bon appetit. He returned to the kitchen, then brought Anzox a bowl of lamb stew. Oh, I'm jealous. That looks good. Elegant came downstairs, hesitated a moment, then took a seat at the corner table again. She glanced at me, and I quickly looked elsewhere. The fuck? Don't look at me. Stupid cat. Fuck, bitch! I'm a dog. Roar, 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 roar. Start barking at her. Don't look at me. After dinner, I sank into a rocking chair near the fire and let myself relax. Then the logs in the fire, heavy with pine resin, crackled and popped as the chair slowly swung back and forth with creaking noise. Not a whole lot of customers this month. San brought a chair and sat down next to me, gazing into the fireplace. Hey, don't worry so much. Just give it a couple days and you'll have as many customers as you had in the years before. I get the feeling this year might be a little different. Can't really tell why, though. Perhaps the howling winds outside are keeping the customers away. Anzox heard our conversation and came to join us with his lute. As if something as minor as high winds could stop folk from having cravings of Sarn's famous home cooking. Flatter me all you like, you're still not getting a discount. I was being sincere, though I wouldn't mind a discount. The White Star has a variety of activities to entertain overnight guests, and those who stick around after dinner. There's a darts competition Saturday evening. If all the players are friendly and there's no authorities around, Sarn would cover some tables with blue flannel and take bets. I doubt anything like that would be out in this weather. I elbowed Sarn quietly and gave him a wink. Not tonight. I glanced toward Elegant before whispering to me, with one hand hiding his mouth. After all, we don't know her that well. Let's hold off on the gambling for the time being. Well, if you think of something else, let me know. I'll see if I can keep myself occupied. What do you want to do tonight? Let's see, we can talk to the cat, we can listen to Anzok's music, or we can just, I don't know, sit and just fucking vegetate for a bit. Granted, I do enjoy vegetating. I love a good vegetation every now and then. Just kind of sit there and just, you know, try and photosynthesize and just feed off nothing. You know what? Sometimes you need a good vegetation session. I like vegetating, just fucking staring off into nothing. But, you know what? I definitely don't want to... The cat definitely gives me the off vibes. I'm not talking to the cat. We're hanging out with our boy. Fucking, who wants to talk to strangers? I don't want to talk to strangers. Wearing weird priest robes and a veil, looking as suspicious as the day. So, what's new, Enzox? Sure. What happened? Oh, this is new. Oh, new music happened. I call that power saving mode. I didn't notice the music changed. Not bad. Not bad. Only 1 silver coin for that song. Even Sarn wouldn't have the guts to charge that much. Suddenly Sarn, who had been quietly cleaning the dishes in the kitchen, poked his head out through the curtain and glared at me. No offense. I'm gonna get kicked out if I go on. By the way, I heard a riddle the other day in a pub from another town. Perhaps the great detective Roman would be interested? I think I'll pass. Maybe Elegant is a fan of logic puzzles? Anzox waved to the Elegant from his seat, like he knew her. I'm not a fan of solving riddles, but listening is better than just sitting here. Elegant took a seat at the nearest chair with the mug in her hand. Okay, what's the riddle? Playing a puzzle game again, Roman. Sarn emerged from the now-cleaned kitchen and came to sit by the fire. Yes, you came just in time. We're not really in the mood, but... Hear a story or go to rest? Fuck no. And look, everybody's here. We're gonna have a good old story session. With our good boy and Socks. Why would I be a stupid little party pooper? Come, story time, everybody. Well, it's not like you've got anything better to do. You can just listen and let us solve the puzzle if you want. I better do it by myself than leaving it to you guys. Let's start, Socks. Socks cleared his throat and then caressed his lute and said, One night in a small farming town famous for its barley, the only windmill in the town came to a stop. This was the first time it happened. Since the mill was so vital to their work, oh, by the way, let me know if the music is too loud. Let me know that, because definitely we gotta keep that even. Because it's very important that you hear me. Since the mill was so vital to their work, the villagers rushed out to check the mill. From afar, the villagers saw the windmill blades were no longer rotating. They thought that the sudden wind and snow had broken the transmission shaft that ran the mill. Oh, it was great. Alright, cool. The villagers came to the mill, the ground covered in thick snow over their ankles. The dark wooden mill towered over them with a wide expanse. The blades turned in ominous positions, looking like an inverted cross. Sounds good, we can understand you fine. Awesome. Who's Roman? We are Roman. Us, we are boy. Here, I'll show you. Look. This is Roman. Look, he's a puppo. The MC, I believe. Yeah, see? This is Roman. I'm a gray wolf. 32 years old. I'm a detective by profession. That's me, Roman. And it's gonna be Christmas. Oh, here you go. Sarn is 40 years old. He runs the White Star Tavern. Loves white furry dragons. Dirty. He's a great cook. I think they mean ramen. And Socks, a red dragon with a blonde mane. 30 years old. Who works as a traveling bard. He is fond of detective puzzles and is always together with his loot. Elegant, a mysterious person. I failed to notice that she was a woman. Alright. Okay. Cool. I didn't know that was a female. Cool. Gonna update that in their character bio. Our name is too normal sounding. I bet we're secretly the murderer. The sleepwalking murderer. Our name is Roman. Oh my god, yeah. Oh wow, the Roman is very basic. Roman. Sarnsn. And Socks. Elegant. And Roman. Hi, my name is Bill. My name is Garka. Oh, hello. My name is Gorshna. My name is Miripa. And my name is Bill. I assume this was a puzzle, not some bard tale you used to coax coins from drunkards. Elegant's tail swished as she impatiently drummed her fingers on the tabletop, while Sarn sat and listened attentively. It's not as though you're paying me, so just sit and listen. Ahem. Allow me to continue. As they drew closer, they found the windmill's maintenance gondola was tied with a hemp rope to secure it. Please click the clue button to view specific evidence. Safety rope. Ordinary rope. Tying the miller on the maintenance basket. Also, honestly, I think they actually improved the translation on this game. Like this, it's actually like very, very clear what it is talking about. Before it wasn't. It was pretty close to this, but it wasn't like perfect. Like every other every 3 sentences, you get one that just sounded like a little bit weird. But these actually sound like pretty good. So like, good job. That's great to them. That was probably like the only complaint I really had. Oh, so this is kind of like a Phoenix Wright then, with the whole evidence thing. Yeah, it's gonna be like a. There's gonna be cases that we're gonna have to solve, and we've got clues, and then there's a whole like It's a it's. I don't want to. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's very, very Danganronpa, and if you don't know what Danganronpa is, basically, something will happen. We'll gather clues, and then then we'll discuss it, and then we decide who done it or what happened or whatever. And then we have to prove our point and all that kind of stuff. It's a detective game, very detective. But then they saw it. The miller who ran the mill was suspended, upside down in the middle of the air. His eyes were wide open with fear, his face contorted as though he was screaming in terror. His paws were stiff, hanging down and level with the edge of the windmill blades. The snow from yesterday clung to his cold body. How ironic that the object used to ensure safety had become a lethal weapon. No one could imagine it. Lethal? Wait a minute, Socks. Did the safety rope really cause the death of the miller? Do you disagree, Roman? After all, the safety rope was tied to the miller's dead body. Yes, but why can't the safety rope be the murder weapon? Oh. Safety rope, ordinary rope. Tying the miller to the maintenance basket. The miller's body was hanging upside down, his hands level with the windmill blades. Safety ropes are usually connected to the waist. They wouldn't connect it to the ankles. That's just silly. Or is it? Am I dumb? I'm gonna say waist. It couldn't be deadly if it was tied around the waist. How do you explain the fact that... Oh, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Alright. Maybe the... Okay, so it was around the ankle. It couldn't be deadly if it was tied around the waist. Then how do you explain the fact that the body was upside down? Maybe the Miller had an enormous head? Actually, I misspoke. What I'm trying to say is, it was tied around the ankle. Because he was hanging upside down. I'm a detective for a living. It's my profession. Yay! I didn't get that wrong. I'm just teasing you all. My name is Roman. I'm 30 years old. I'm a detective by profession. I'm gonna do that every time I mess up. Every time I make a mistake, I'm just gonna say my bio. I'm Roman. I'm a gray wolf, 30 years old. I'm a detective by profession. A detective game is actually an IQ test. I know. There's some really good, like... I've actually, like, messed up, like, a lot of these on my first time, like, going through this game. I messed up a whole lot of these before. Just because I just didn't, like, think about it, like, logically enough. No wonder the main character goes hungry. He's a terrible detective. No, we're on a fast. We're fasting from meat. Okay, don't. He's so. Fuck my brain. Well, it can't be deadly if it's tied to the ankle. Is it like that sport from overseas? What do they call it? Bungee jumping? Correct. The safety rope is typically tied around the ankle or waist. I've never heard of safety rope being tied around the ankle, but okay. Considering the position of the body, the only possible way was tied to the ankle. That is indeed true, but there must be something that killed the Miller. We can discuss that next. Go on then, Ansox. As I was saying, the Miller had died on the windmill, where he had spent his nights and days. The local police initially determined that the old Miller was trying to repair the windmill while he was drunk. He had slipped, lost his footing, and fallen from the repair gondola. However, the cause of death was still unclear, though his head might have struck the windmill. The townsfolk invited one of the greatest detectives in the realm to investigate the scene. He was an old detective, and refused until he was paid no less than 30 Rayar, and all travel expenses. There's plenty of dragon meat for us. I feel like the safety rope tied around the ankle could get the foot ripped from the rest of the leg if the fall is big enough. Yeah, exactly. I've never heard of safety rope being tied around the ankle. Unless the safety rope was like really short, then maybe at most you're probably gonna break your ankle. At most you'll either break your ankle or like if it was like a noose around your foot, if anything, you'll just lose the foot. Like the pure amount of pressure of you falling and being suspended from your ankle or your foot probably would either just lose the foot in general. It might hold, but you're definitely not using that foot ever again. Where was I? He was an old-fashioned detective, and he refused until he was paid no less than 13 Rayar, and all travel expenses. 13 Rayar? That's 910 set! For just one case, that detective could eat fried lamb chops every meal for a month, if he hadn't vowed to fast until Christmas. I wish my cases paid that well. Perhaps you can charge more after your reasoning skills have improved. Shut up, cat. Son couldn't help but chuckle. Well, at least let me have some dignity. Okay, guys. Dogs, cats, calm down. Continuing the story now. When the townsfolk came to this humble residence, he was seated behind his great desk, praying with a prism he had brought from the capital's grand bazaar. Damn, bird, I know. Leave me alone, cat. Jesus. I messed up one logic puzzle, alright? Leave me alone. The sunlight from the small window passed through the lens and scattered into a rainbow of color. After listening to the villager's account, the detective struggled to get up from his easy chair with a cane, and then asked one of his only servant to call the carriage. This would be one of his few field investigations. One problem was that the description of the crime scene is not detailed enough to be to his liking. Another problem was that the case sounded so bizarre. And the biggest problem was that Gilib Bard could not get to the point. And why don't you tell the story? The sudden interruption made Anzox blush with anger. It's fine, the details make the story more vivid, even if they are irrelevant. Anyway, if people like some cat will shut up, let me tell the story. The day after the body was discovered, the detective arrived at the town in the afternoon. He learned from the gossip in the tavern that on the night of the miller's death, 2 people had spent the night in the mill, but they both had alibis. And who were they? I'm gonna tell you that. Calm down. One was the miller's daughter. The other was the miller's apprentice. They had spent the night in the mill as usual. About those 2 people, I'd like to know. I'm telling a story. You can't just ask me questions. I'd like to know about the miller's daughter. Elena, the miller's daughter. She's 16 years old and a gray wolf. Oh, perfect. Oh, this is what's the year? 1285? She's old enough. That's alright, I'm sorry, that's messed up. These fucking old-timey things. Grey Wolf? Perfect. 30 and 16 isn't that big of an age difference. It'll work. She had no shortage of suitors in the town, even caught the eye of a few local nobles. And not just because of her father's wealth. Oh no.
Oh no.
And not just because of her father's wealth, she was also renowned for her beauty. She had been the dream girl for every bachelor in the town since she was 14 years old. Alright, well that's a bit... okay. That's weird. She had a good relationship with her father, or at least other outsiders thought so. About the apprentice? And what about the miller's apprentice? The apprentice's name was Hans. He came from the mill for the next town 8 years ago. Nah, bro, the rule is half your age plus 7 years. The apprentice's name was Hans. He came to the mill from the next town 8 years ago. At that time, he was just 10 years old and all alone in the world. No parent could be so cruel if it weren't for money. Fortunately, the miller treated him well. The apprentice was also very clever. He always seemed to be able to succeed, no matter how complicated the miller's orders. Recently, there was a rumor that he had a close relationship with the miller's daughter. How old was he? 17? 18? Oh, well, she's 16. That's fine. Let me think. Alright, go on. Alright, I have to say, those 2 caught my interest. Please go on, though. What about the miller's reputation? The miller had lived his entire life in the town, and he had no enemies. He was well regarded by the townsfolk. His wife died of puerperal fever shortly after she gave birth to Elena, and had lived as an old bachelor ever since. He had several drinking friends who he'd meet with in the pub almost every night after supper, drinking and talking till the tavern closed. It sounds like some of the tavern's regulars. Some folk at the tavern provided the detective with additional information. The miller had been extremely generous recently, and one day he even bought everyone in the tavern a round of ale in celebration. The poo-poo fever. That's all the information on those present. Having gotten his fill of gossip from the noisy drinkers in the tavern, the detective left the tavern and went walking towards the mill. Within 10 minutes, the detective arrived at the mill. It was a clear and windless morning. The snow at the gate of the mill hadn't been swept away by the overzealous villagers. The detective, relieved and cautious, checked the snow from the outside. Here, I can draw for this picture for you. Here you go. Oh wow, your handwriting, your art skills are very good. They're very good, Socks. Thank you. I draw really quickly. The snow was unexpectedly clean. Apart from the footprints left by the villagers who found the corpse in the outer circle and the footprints that went all the way in from the front. Wait, hold on. Apart from the words. Apart from the footprints left by the villagers who found the corpse in the outer circle, and the footprints that went all the way in front of the house, there was nothing except some messy traces in front of the last footprints. It seemed that there was no shortcut or alternate entrance. The detective put on his hat and came to the mill door. He glanced down by the accident before entering the door. So here's the tavern, here's the mill. Footprints. There seems to be a circular imprint around the last footprints in front of the door, and the stone used to hold the door open had also been moved. Well, it was Socks. He can draw perfect circles, the fucking psychopath. Oh yeah, he can draw just perfect circles. Stepping inside, the detective met Elena, who was covering her face and crying, and Hans, who was comforting her. The body of the old miller was still hanging on the windmill, swinging like a pendulum in the wind. Well, that's kind of fucked, but okay. I guess, you know, they got to still investigate. They can't just, you know, take it down. So her dad was just hanging there, just the wind was blowing, and he was just occasionally just hitting the side of the mill. It's like, my father's dead. My father. It gets really windy outside. Just gone. His body is just spinning out there. That's messed up. I'm sorry. Hi, Gabriel. We're reading today. Oh God. Good old. This is what detective investigations were like back then. You couldn't touch the body. Okay. Do you want to listen to their testimony first or go straight to the scene? Hear the testimony or investigate the scene? Ooh, I want to. Let's do testimony. Alright, let's hear the testimony. Perhaps you should investigate the scene first in case something gets destroyed later. Not to mention the witness does not seem to be emotionally stable. Are you new in this profession? How come I have to teach you? God dang it! I knew it! Fucking damn it! God! That stupid cat! Stupid cat! Tell me what to do. My name is Roman. I'm a gray wolf. I'm a detective by profession. Ha 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 ha. Maybe you should listen to her, even though she is a woman. The glare coming through Elegant's veil should have set Ansocks on fire. He shut his mouth tactfully. Okay, we're gonna do, the scene of the crime first. The detective first went up the stairs to check the scene of the death. Ansos quickly sketched something on a piece of paper and handed it over. Oh wow, you did this really well. Thank you. It's very nice. Thank you. The mill is divided into 3 floors, and it's about as tall as 5 people. Between the maintenance gondola on the 3rd floor and the window on the 2nd floor is the connecting shaft between the fan blade and the mill. The maintenance gondola is extremely narrow and long, and about as wide as an adult's foot. There was a layer of snow on it, but no footprints. The 2 ropes were tied at the railing of the basket. Oh, I can see the problem. The miller is just a floating head. Oh, I see the problem. His body's missing. No, what? Roman, are you really a detective? What? That's not... No wonder he's dead. I figured it out. Roman, how do you feed yourself? You're a really bad detective. No, I'm not. Look. He's just a floating head. See, the cause of the death was he fell, and the rope tied to his ankles tugged, and his entire body just flew apart, except for his head. I solved it. Perfect. Okay, we can see it here. So there's the rope tied to the railing up there. There was a layer of snow on it, but no footprints. 2 ropes were tied at the railing of the basket, so 2 ropes, okay. The left part was covered with snow like the other parts of the railing, and there was no snow on the right part. Ah, here we go. So there was rope here, and there was rope here, but there was no snow on top of it. Okay. God, Ansocks, you draw really well. Thank you. The detective leaned against the railing and looked down. Under the wooden railing hung the cold body of the killer. Okay, on this rope, the body was connected to this one. The rope on the left was only a section of the rope head, swaying in the wind like a peddler who dared not go home without a sail. As he tried to lean out further, the railing creaked under the pressure. The snow fell from the inclined railing, falling and disintegrating in the air. The detective's biological instincts kicked in, his fur bristling involuntarily. Grr. He pulled back quickly and turned to check the situation at the entrance, putting his right hand inside his coat and grasping the dagger he kept to defend himself from villains. It was a gift from his first love. Every time he held that dagger, it reminded him of the temperature of her palm on that fateful day. Are we listening to a love story or something? Please! One elegant is enough! Sorry, got distracted. The detective turned around and found nothing behind him. He went downstairs quietly and found that the 2 of them were where they were, as if they had not moved. He went back to the 2nd floor and looked up from the window. Above his head was the rotating shaft of the windmill blade, which gleamed black from the grease from the daily rotation and maintenance. The shadow cast by the rotating axis hit the detective's face, which gave him a very uncomfortable feeling, as though he was some prehistoric hunter shuddering in terror at the sight of some giant beast. The gears of the windmill were exposed. About 30 centimeters away from the upper eaves of the windows, the triangular teeth were distributed around the rotating shaft. The detective put his hand into his coat pocket and gently ran his thumb across the edge of the prism he carried. Something came to his mind. The detective looked out of the window again. The lowest gear grooves seemed to be more worn than the others. He went back to the 1st floor and passed by the living room and straight into the kitchen. The oven seemed to have been used recently, and the kitchen filled with the mixture of pungent smell of charcoal and the delicious grain smell of barley bread. He opened the oven and flicked the ashes with a stick. The shape of a piece of charcoal under the ashes reminded him of the prism in his pocket. Like a wedge. Ooh. Having gathered the necessary evidence, the detective returned to the living room to question the witnesses. So what are the clues we've got so far? We have a safety rope tying the miller to the basket. The corpse was hanging upside down, hands level with the windmill blades. He was also hung by his ankles. The first deduction: the miller was killed soon after he returned home. Since he was still in his coat, every person in the town had alibi when he died. The body had no wounds. He may have accidentally slipped and fell from the hanging basket when repairing the windmill. Cause of death is unknown. Maybe he struck his head. Maybe his head struck the mill. Love? The miller's daughter seemed to have a special bond with the miller's apprentice. Footprints. There were footprints in the outer ring of the snow, one of which reached the door. In front of the last footprint was a jumble of tracks. So I think here that they kind of, I don't know. Circular imprints. There was circular imprints around the last footprint in front of the door. Stone. The stone used to hold the gate for easy access had been removed. A 3-story. The mill was a 3-story, 8-meter tall building. Between the maintenance basket on the 3rd floor and the window on the 2nd floor, there is a connecting shaft of the windmill blades, which is slightly higher than the doorway. The hanging basket. It was very narrow and long, covered with snow, but there was no footprints. There were 2 pieces of rope tied to the railing. One on the left with snow and the other one on the right without. About 30 centimeters from the eaves of the window, the lowest notch is badly worn. And coal. There was a wedge-shaped piece of coal in the oven. Wedge. Alright. Having gathered the evidence he needed, the detective returned to the living room to question the witnesses. Noticing the detective's approach, Elena sat upright with Han's support, her eyes drooping. She was dressed in a light brown nightdress. Her eyes were red and swollen. Her facial fur was combed, and it was easy to see the state of disorder despite her attempts to cover it. Anzox coughed a few times, and he spoke again. It was in a higher feminine voice. Welcome, Mr. Detective. I assume this visit is related to my father's death. It'd be nice if you could talk like this way more often. It's really hard to speak like this, okay? Oh, come on. Show us your dedication to your craft. It took the detective about 10 minutes to persuade the apprentice to go upstairs with his servant, lest one of their testimonies influence the other. After formally introducing himself and some brief preparation, the detective asked her to tell the story of that night. Testimony. The testimony of Elena. Yesterday, after dinner, my father went to the tavern as usual. I finished my housework after 8 o'clock. It was about 10 hours before my father came back. Nothing seemed strange. I then went up to Hans's room to chat with him. 2 hours passed by, and we didn't realize that my father had yet returned as normal. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that we realized how late it really was. I hurried downstairs, thinking my father was quietly sitting in the living room, ready to scold me. But he wasn't there. The door was closed, and no one was in the living room. I had a feeling that something terrible must have happened. It was like a snake had slithered under the door and crawled up my spine to whisper into my ear. Penis, 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 penis. I was terrified. Horrified. He was saying such vile things to me. The snake. Coffee. Ugh. I don't know if it was because of the wind or the old hinges, but the door that day was more difficult to open than usual. I pushed the door open and the wind blew the snow into the house. I propped the door open and made my way outside. When I got under the windmill, I had a strange thought, like an itch on my back that couldn't be scratched. Fuck, that's itch. This itch is like a bitch. I couldn't help but look up. Hanging above my head was a purple face that was swollen and swaying in the wind. His eyes were as prominent as a goldfish's. Saliva had flown down his open, screaming mouth and frozen into ice on his snout and fur. I was frightened, so I rushed back inside and closed the door. I couldn't sleep afterwards. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still see that face. I can't believe that was my father. As she finished her description of the horrible situation, Elena collapsed on the sofa with her hands covering her face. At this time, the detective smelled something fishy in her testimony. After thorough thought of her testimony, the detective found the irreconcilable contradiction between the testimony and the evidence. Which evidence contradicts Elena's testimony? Oh, fuck. Feel free to pitch in some ideas, okay? Labia. Time to use that detective brain. Look, okay, I don't know if you understand this, but like, when you read out loud, it's much harder to understand the information you are reading, okay?
Whoops, there it goes. Yep, my brain stopped.
I wasn't paying attention. Fuck. Oh no. Elegant's gonna get mad at me again. I'm a gray wolf. My name is Roman. I'm 30 years old, and I'm a detective by profession. Okay, Elena's testimony. Fuck. I didn't mean to say that. It's contradictory. Why? Well, anyway, I think it's a contradiction. Then perhaps you should probably find a more suitable job. Oh, fuck. Okay, the miller went to the pub after dinner. Elena went to Han's room to chat from 8 to 11. When she went out, she saw the dead miller. She was so frightened that she shut the door. Okay, what do we got? Okay, so she said that she looked up, and so she said she looked up and she saw the eyes of her father. So that's correct. So she got the body position right. The footprints on the outer ring of the snow, one of which reached the door. Is it the footprints? The stone used to hold the gate for easy access had been moved. Did she use the stone? I'm gonna say footprints. Footprints! Oh, give me some details. The paradox is, there were no other footprints on the scene. No, they said that the door, that the footprints led up to the door. So, like, she didn't do the thing? Fuck, I don't, I'm Phoenix writing it, I don't know, I don't understand what I'm reading. It was said earlier that only one series of footprints... Oh yeah, because I was right. Alright, okay. It was said earlier that only one series of footprints of the site reached the gate of the mill. Since Elena had gone out, she would have certainly left her footprints as well. Although, I don't know how she did it, Elena must have concealed something. As for the reason, we can only go on with the inquiry. The detective tidied his sleeves and carefully pointed out the errors in Elena's testimony. As I recall, Miss Elena, you just said you went out to check outside. Yes. Then why is there only one set of footprints from the outside of the house to the gate of the mill? Well, I must be so scared that my memory is confused. Let me start over. Testimony of Elena. Corrected. Yesterday after dinner, my father went to the tavern as usual. I went upstairs for Hans to chat. 2 hours passed by, and there were no sign of my father's return. I went downstairs around 11 and found that he had not come back. I opened the door, and my father's contorted head appeared as the body swung outside. He swung all over the place. It was so windy. I was so scared I ran back to the house and closed the door. The scene was so frightening that my memory was confused. That night, every time I closed my eyes, that horrible face would pop up. I couldn't sleep at all. As long as a lie is told, more lies are bound to be used to cover it up. It's a pity that even the most talented folk can't make up every lie perfectly, let alone under such pressure. Miss Elena, there's really no need to hide anything from me. Even the detective saw through the lies she made up this time. Which evidence contradicts Elena's testimony? I think I know this one too. Yeah, it's this one right here. So, he was working from the 3rd floor. Remember, this is a 3-story building. He was working on the 3rd floor when he fell off. His body was hanging down to the 2nd floor. She said that she came out of the front door. So, but she didn't come outside because we just caught her in that lie. She did not walk outside of the building. So, because there was no footprints there. She just said, though, that she opened the door and saw her father's face, like, hanging in front of her. Except, her father's body was hanging down from the words! Her father's body was hanging down to the 2nd floor. I think, which one would that be, though? Course position, hands level with one. I think it would be the mill. Would it be this one? The structure of the mill contradicts the testimony. In what way? The rotor of the windmill is between the 2nd floor window and the 3rd floor. The length of the fan blade should not reach the door. You're close. Okay, that's not it. What is it? Which one would it be? Not the mill. Footprints, love. The rope, then? Take a look. It's a breakthrough of the case, I think. Why a breakthrough? Because, I know. No. It's, cut it out. Get to the point. The corpse position? It's the position of the body. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes more sense. I'm stupid. Of course it's the position of the body. These all sound like sexual positions. How could Elena see his head in the door if the miller's paws were even with the windmill's blades? Elena said that what she said. Words! Oh my god, I'm having so much trouble. Words, come on. Blah, 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 blah. Blah. Me too, bro. I drifted off for a minute. Not gonna last long tonight. It's all good. Okay. Okay. Ow. Alright. Elena's... Elena saw what she should not have seen. Only because she was actually out there. Cleaned up her footprints when she came back. Not to mention cleaned up her footprints is suspicious. Why would you need to clean your footprints if you're just a witness? Perhaps she panicked and did something that would implicate herself accidentally? Or the whole scene she described was just some sort of delusion? That could be true. Fortunately, it's only a puzzle. If this were a real case, it could never be solved. I'm just confused, alright? Leave me alone, God. How long will it take for you to figure it out? If you cannot get your ideas in shape, then you probably should be you should probably stay quiet. Stupid cat. Shut up. Stop bullying me. I'm making mistakes. Leave me alone. Alright? I'm 30 years old. I'm a gray wolf and I'm a detective by profession, alright? Leave me alone. I can't see the crime scene. I'm listening to it, alright? That makes it 1,000 times harder. As you said, you saw the face of the deceased in the door. This is definitely impossible for you with the current position of the body. Corpses don't simply move after death, do they? How could? I don't even know. Elena screamed hysterically and ran out of the living room. It seemed that he couldn't get near her for a while. So the detective went upstairs to visit another witness, Hans. The detective saw Hans upstairs. He was wearing a soft hat, a burlap jacket, and brown linen trousers. The dark gray eyes under the brim made the detective uncomfortable for some reason. That kind of look reminded him of a colleague he met in another case several years before. A wolf with beautiful blue eyes that had an unruly and wild gaze. Don't push it, you. Calm down, man. As I started to get up, I pressed back to my seat by words. As I started to get up, I was pressed back to my seat by Sarn's thick claws. He's still so sensitive about conflict between customers. 5 years ago, someone made the mistake of starting a fight in his tavern. He grabbed the guy with only one paw and threw him across the street. And somehow, this attracted more customers. Still don't know what they're thinking about. Still don't know what they're thinking. Are they all masochists? And the detective noticed that the hair on his paws seemed to be darker than elsewhere. The detective's face remained unchanged. He lowered his hat to cover his spying eyes. Mr. Hans, hope you don't mind, I'm just doing my job. The detective sat in the wooden chair opposite of Hans, handed his cane to the servant beside him. I would like to hear about what happened last night. So straightforward, Mr. Detective. Well, I sure will try my best. The testimony of Hans. Yesterday after dinner, like every other ordinary night, the miller went to the pub to pass the time. Elena and I stayed in the middle to watch the house. We stayed in the room until 11 o'clock and then found out that the miller didn't come back at his usual time. Elena went downstairs to check while I hurried back to my room. It wasn't long before I heard Elena scream downstairs and the sound of the door being slammed. I went downstairs and saw Elena, pale and slumped on the ground. I took her back to the room. She told me off on about what she saw outside the door. I stayed at her bedside all night to keep her company. Okay, just one question. Is there anything suspicious? No moving around. Right? I guess he didn't go out to check. Well, I don't know. Bang. I mean, the only bang we would hear, because she said that she tried to open the door and like the wind closed it shut. I think, right? Could Elena really be capable of slamming the door so hard? Even the weakest of women can produce explosive strength when under the influence of extreme emotions. Like the last time you requested a fight guest get out of the pub. Oh, that was just me being calm. But you're welcome to try me if you don't believe it. I'm a bit out of practice, but it wouldn't be difficult to throw you both out with you in one hand and Anzox in the other. What did I do wrong? Okay, that wasn't it. They didn't move around. Is it true that they didn't walk like they said? Not only is this suspicious, but also their previous alibi. Supposing that they collude with each other to commit a crime, it's necessary for them to prove each other's absence. So the room. Their testimony is contradictory about their room. Obviously, the wording seems to be a little subtle. What about it? Different rooms? I'm so lost. I'm so lost already. I did not take in any of what I just read. The Miller went to the pub outside after dinner. Hans stayed with Elena from 8 to 11. Then Elena went down to check. Hans stayed with Elena after that. Elena said that she went to Hans's room to chat with him, but Hans's testimony now seems to mention that he went back to my room. It may not be the same room. It seems like one of them forgot to prepare testimony in haste. Oh, here we go. Yep. Okay. It was their wording or whatever. Yeah, Hans stayed with Elena, but Elena said that she went to Hans' room. Ah, there you go. See, you caught that. I didn't catch that. Mr. Hans, I have a small question. It has nothing to do with the case, and more with me just being a jealous old soul faced with two young lovers. In which room did you usually date in? Well, in Elena's room. If that were the case, then Elena's testimony contradicts yours. She told me that you two were in your room, as usual. Oh, really? She may be confused by the shock. Or was she so frightened that she forgot the alibi you agreed on in advance? What are you talking about? I don't even know. Hans kept fiddling with his hands, and the fine beads of sweat moistened the short hairs on his forehead, his gray eyes avoiding the detective's gaze. Oh, please excuse me, Mr. Hans. It's just my speculations, after all. Okay. But I wouldn't choose a partner who gets nervous so easily if I were you. Your hands shake when you're nervous. Can you even grasp the rope with those? The detective could read Hans's tense behavior like a book, and now he needed only a little physical evidence to prove his conjecture. The detective went out to the snowfield where the body had been lowered from the windmill by the servant. The miller's body was spread out in the snow, so that anybody could see it. As the detective inspected the now neatly arranged corpse... Oh, they misspelled corpse. He couldn't help but grimace. After reprimanding the servant who had carelessly moved the body, he went to investigate it. Search start. Scene investigation. Please click the place you want to investigate on the picture to collect evidence. Boop. The detective looked at the miller's third leg. What the fuck? There's actually dialogue for it? The detective looked down at the miller's third leg. The townspeople all looked confused while the detective examined it, inch by inch. Actually, no, that's gross. I'll stop there. Okay, okay. Actually, no, that's pretty gross. Oh, aim for the gold. I got an achievement. That's cool. Inspect his nuts. I'm sorry, I had to investigate. I just wanted to be thorough. I'm sorry. Let's search the shaft. Oh my god. I like that. That's good. More games need that. That reminds me of the whole, like, the Witcher 3 thing. There's a point where, like, you can find a griffin, and, like, Geralt can, like, inspect, like, the gender of the griffin. And, like, but, like, after you inspect the gender of the griffin, like, he's like, oh, it seems to be a male, I see. But, like, when you choose, like, the next option, you can choose, like, inspect the gender again. And, like, you can just keep doing it, and the guy next to you is like, the guy who's, like, accompanying you will be like, Geralt, please stop inspecting the gender of the griffin, please. Like, they'll actually make a notice of that you keep just spamming inspect the gender of a griffin or something. If I remember right, I'm not sure. I don't know. It reminds me of that, though. I think it was a griffin, or like a soldier or something. It reminds me of that. It's a little funny dialogue. Really? Yeah. The miller's ankle was tied with a safety rope, cheap but reliable. The knot was a hangman's noose. And now he plans to sell us rope. I'm not a merchant. That game rules. I gotta pee, I'll be right back. Real quick. I'll try my phone. What time is it? It is... Oh wow, it's only been... It's barely 6:30? It's gonna be 6:30. Search the scrotum. Alright. I can't do it again. Sorry. Always search the scrotum. Okay, there we go. What? Huh? Somebody messaged me? Okay. You don't know what they're hiding in there. Exactly. Even I don't know what's in there. Exactly. We must search. What's this? His chest hair? I must search his chest. Very nice chest. Firm muscles. Sir, that's a body. You're right. Right. Right you are, my lovely, attendant. Just admiring his form. Must work out. He put on his gloves and pulled aside the miller's coat and revealed his thick fur. His thick, wonderful fur. Oh, ew, gross. He could feel the liquefying fat under the miller's skin. The miller looked quite plump thanks to his wealthy life. Is that even related to the case? Don't add so many pointless details to the case. Well, who knows? Perhaps it may be relevant somehow. What about his hands? The detective looked at his curled up fingers, found gray fur inside his nails, which matched his own fur color. Under the miller's fur on his chest, there were scratches. Okay. His face. Look at his beautiful face. The detective looked closely at his face. He was scared by the dead miller's twisted face, even though it wasn't his first time seeing a body. The miller's wide open eyes were growing cloudy and lifeless. His wrinkles were getting clearer due to the stiff facial muscles. His mouth stayed shut, but silent fear still escaped from it. He had been greatly frightened. The miller's fur remained fluffy, with no sign of strangle marks. He got up and finished the search. Now he knew what had happened. Okay. And now, let's put the pieces back together. Hi, Ash. How you doing? It's good to see you again. Wait, there's still a lot of questions to be solved. Didn't you take notes for the evidence? Take a good look. It seems that the main problems with this case lie in the cause of the miller's death. The weapon that killed him, whether he was murdered, and the killer's motive. The process of how the case happened is also noteworthy. If it's impossible to confirm the sequence of events, we should focus on the factors that change with time, such as weather. Quick Q&A. Please click the mobile icon to answer the questions. Oh yeah, I forgot. All right, now we have to like solve each one of these things. So let's figure out the weapon first. I see the weapon. What's your opinion on the murder weapon? What's the murder weapon? Let's see. What would be the murder weapon? I am confusion. I had to switch to audio because the internet sucks hard. That's perfectly fine. It's good because it's a book. There's nothing to see, really. There's really nothing to see besides pictures, and that's it. So, you're really not losing anything. Especially with this game. You are almost literally losing nothing besides a picture of the character, and that's it. Okay, so they said, well, there was no knife. Nothing had to do with a knife. You could say the stone was missing, like the stone holding the door open, that was missing, but there was no like wound on the head, so it's not stone. And I mean, you could say he died by hanging upside down, but again, they didn't mention anything about, like, you know, the blood was sucked to his head, so it could be shock, because he had claw marks on his own chest, so maybe he was like, gah, gah, and he like clawed at his chest or something. So, using my wonderful logic, yeah, see, heart attack, fell from the basket, That doesn't explain the behavior of the daughter and Hans. So far, my guess is the miller had a heart attack and fell from the basket. True, true, it's true. I'm also saying shock too. Maybe it was an invisible weapon. Interesting. How about murdering him with shock, which was caused by a sudden drop? Not everyone would so easily scared as you are. Yeah, see there. That's another like line I'm talking about. Like that weird kind of like wording. Not everyone would so easily scared as you are. Not everyone would be so easily as scared as you. But anyone would be shocked if they were hung without any preparations. Hans banged the daughter, what's for dinner? Let alone a drunk, overweight miller. Indeed, I suppose a sudden death would be... Words! Oh my god. I suppose a sudden death could be possible because of those external factors. It seems like this time the detail wasn't just to add dramatic flair. Of course, every detail is necessary. So, why did you take nearly half an hour to describe the suspects? Shut up! I didn't discuss his penis. Alright, method. Oh, now I can't even see the cute little animations. No! Alright, what was the method? Methodus operandi. Alright, what's the process of crime? Deductive reasoning. Arrange the occurrences chronologically from top to bottom by dragging the chips to each position. Alright, bye for now. Alright, take care, Ash. If you want to know about the penis, inspect the dominant hand. Perfect. Arrange the occurrences chronologically from top to bottom by dragging chips to each position. Oof, okay, I'm the worst at this. I think on every case I've done with this, I've gotten it wrong. I'm so bad at this. I don't know why. Okay, let's see. The rope left circular mark on the ground. The suspect lifted the miller into the air. The suspect tied the rope to the miller's neck. The suspect dropped the rope from the maintenance basket. The suspect ran away after committing the crime. The rope hitched to the miller's ankle. The suspect burnt down the wooden wedge. Okay. Okay, the suspect dropped the rope from okay, so the rope was thrown from the miller's basket, because that explains the whole two rope thing, right? Because okay, so yeah, the suspect dropped the rope from the maintenance basket. So say somebody was up on the maintenance basket, threw a little like lasso rope down to the ground, and they just left it there. So, the rope left a circular mark on the ground. And that's why we have two ropes. One of them without snow on it. That's what the miller was using. That's why there's no snow on it. But then there was one with snow over it, and that was because it was thrown prior, and it just was left there. I believe. That's my line of reasoning. The rope left a circular mark on the ground. The rope hitched to the miller's ankle. The suspect lifted the miller into the air. and the suspect ran away after committing the crime. That's my bad. Right now, there are 4 chips. There are 4 chips in their right positions. It will help a lot if you arrange the events in chronological order. You can manage your thoughts about the case much easier this way. Sort the 5 chips from top to bottom. Okay. But I got the order wrong. 4, 1, 6, 2, and then 5. Did this... Oh, the footprints show someone fleeing the scene? I don't think so. So you might be right. You're right, there wasn't more footprints. It was just... Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right. There wasn't any footprints. There was only one set of footprints. And that was the Miller walking forward, stepped into the circle, and then that was it. Because he just got woofed up into the air. So yes, there was only one set of footprints, and it was only the Miller. There wasn't no running, and so you caught me there. There wasn't any like running away. I was wrong about that. Well shit, now I can't even get the audio. No! Seems right. Luck may have been a component, but it's not impossible. Luck may have been a component, but it's not impossible. The motive. Alright, let's talk about the motive then. First of all, we have already established the Miller got along well with the villagers. So, what could the motive be for the murder? What's the possible motive? Well, I see 2 motives right here. It could be motive. It could be money, and it could be the relationship. Maybe like, you know, whooshed up into the air. I hope somebody was there to bark wildly at the occurrence. Yeah, he just got like, he got caught in the little, like, the noose trap. He just got, you know, got his foot stuck and he just got woof, yanked up into the sky. Then had a heart attack and died. That's what my idea is money, because remember, he was pretty rich. And he even like gave everybody at the bar like free drinks. So he had money. So like maybe the daughter and the apprentice wanted the money for themselves. What if somebody owed him a massive amount of money but was unable to pay back? Notice that the Miller was drunk that night. No, that's not what I wanted. Funny how they keep saying that the villagers liked him, but they also mentioned that Hans came from a different village when they introduced him. Oh, interesting. I doubt it. Given what we know, he would likely not do such an outrageous thing. Also, the people outside the mill did not act suspiciously on that day. I see. Trying to suggest I'm overcharging, are you? You really think I'd say something like that? You know what? Okay, hold on. I'm saying it's probably the relationship. Watch this have no relevance to the story. It's probably a relationship, watch. The Miller wouldn't allow a relationship between his daughter and the apprentice. You mean someone murdered him so the pair could be together? It's unnecessary to kill him just because of a disagreement, though. So that means something recently happened to provoke the culprit into killing the Miller quickly. Then the identity of the criminal is obvious. Even so, there's no need to kill him. Oh, that was it. The suspect. Who was the suspect? And who was the culprit? I think it's obvious now. The criminal is... Who's the criminal? It was both of them. It had to be. They got their testimonies wrong together. It was both of them. Yep, they share the common benefit, and the operation of the trap needs cooperation. Alrighty, I'm gonna head out. I can't get video, and I can't even get audio. Literally no idea what's going on. Aw, I'm sorry, Gabriel. Done. Then the whole picture of this case is crystal clear. How come you're so excited, since you aren't even the ones who solved the puzzle? I'm just excited to see you work, okay? So, the whole story of this case is... Case playback. But, P.S. I love these. I love these. For each case, after you finish them, you get this cute little, like, comic thing. They are beautifully done. I love them. They're so adorable. See if you can get a discount on your internet bills, Gabes. I love all these comics. Some of them are like very cute. I love the art style. Alright, take care, Gabriel. The miller was a nice guy, but he was particularly picky about his daughter's relationships, especially her relationship with his apprentice. Oh, right! I forgot, remember? They mentioned that everybody loved his daughter. Like, everybody. Like, she had suitors all over the place. So, like, all of a sudden, one of those suitors is his apprentice, and he's probably like, get away from my daughter. I totally forgot they mentioned that, that everybody was obsessed with her because she was gorgeous and she had suitors at 14 years old or something. The miller was a nice guy, but he was particularly picky about his daughter's relationships, especially his relationship with his apprentice. Especially her relationship with his apprentice. But even he couldn't stop their love from blossoming. The two young people seized every moment they got to be together. And this situation had been going on for a while. As eager as they were to be open with the relationship, they couldn't bear the miller's denial of their love any longer. Alright, bye, Gabe. Love you too. All of a sudden, the miller made an important decision. That is... Oh, the miller betrothed his daughter. The miller agreed to their marriage. Oh, fuck no. He definitely denied the daughter. He denied. 100% totally denied it. The miller had picked out a satisfactory candidate among his daughter's suitors and announced his decision to her. The miller thought he had arranged a good marriage. Naturally, his special generosity made his acquaintances at the tavern extremely enthusiastic. Which is why they decided to kill the miller that night. The lovers were supposed to escape that night after they finished the deed, but the heavy snow and another accident forced them to change their plan. After the miller went out, Hans tied a noose with a safety rope and lowered it down from the third floor maintenance gondola. By the way, the noose is the method used to hang murderers. By the way, the original plan might have been for Elena to meet the miller on the first floor. Put the knot hanging from the windmill around his neck. Then Elena sent a signal to Hans and let them pull the rope to hang the miller. But even the calmest people may make a costly mistake when they kill for the first time. About 10 o'clock, Hans, whose hand shook when he got nervous, lost his grip on the rope and dropped the knot in the snow, leaving the circular imprint. Ah, okay. Okay, I see it now. Elena, who had just opened the door and was ready to greet her father, saw the noose fall to the ground. She probably wanted to warn Hans to take it back, but the miller was already close by then. It would attract the miller's attention if the rope was pulled back up. The murder attempt should have failed by that point, but by sheer coincidence, the miller took a wrong step that changed the whole thing. The miller stepped into the ring. He stepped into the noose by accident. At that time, Hans had just grasped the rope outside the maintenance gondola. When the miller's paw moved forward in the snow, the rope was pulled. Hans felt the pull and instinctively pulled up the rope according to the original plan, pulling the miller up by his ankle. The miller fell on the snow before he was pulled into the air, leaving the messy marks in front of his footprints as he struggled. Hans hung in the air, dared not to let go of the rope, and let him struggle in the air. After a while of struggling and cursing, the face of the miller changed from red to purple. And as more and more blood rushed to his head, his movements became weaker and weaker until he stopped. Elaine and Hans wanted to escape into this comedy of success, but finally decided to disguise the scenes of this miller decided to disguise the scene as if the miller had accidentally fell and planned their testimonies. After all, as long as they could get rid of the suspicion of murder, they could inherit the mill. The reward for taking such a risk was extremely good. Hans tied the safety rope for the maintenance gondola, pretending that the miller had tied the rope himself. However, it had snowed by that time. The rope tied to the fence pushed the snow off. Therefore, there was no snow on the right side. He also struck a wooden wedge in the window. He also stuck a wooden wedge in the windmill gear and made the windmill stop spinning. As the distant villagers saw the windmill stop, they would naturally think the miller accidentally fell and died after repairing the windmill. That's the whole point of the wedge was. Wow, what the fuck? That's crazy. Because there was a whole like wedge thing. I totally forgot that the whole reason why they came over there was because the windmill stopped working. So yeah, that's smart. I didn't even think about that. Okay. The morning the detective arrived was sunny and windless. The windmill wouldn't spin even without the wooden wedge stuck in. This was his chance to throw the wedge into the bread stove and destroy the evidence. Then all he needed to do was go back to the room and wait until dawn. If you don't look closely at the scene, you would think that the miller died by accident. Although it looks intriguing at first, it's actually a novice puzzle with many loopholes. Next time I'll give the legendary detective Roman a much more difficult puzzle. After the long investigation, the detective told everyone his inferences in the tavern, and left the final decision to the villagers. The snow stopped, and the detective opened the door of the snow-covered tavern. Thick snow still covered the paved road, and the detective set foot on the road home. It's late. It looks like there won't be any more customers tonight, so I'm gonna close up for the night. If you need anything, please come to the 3rd floor and find me. Sarn gave me and Elegant the room keys, closed the tavern, and went upstairs. Then perhaps it's time for me to go upstairs. I dare not risk being locked out by Sarn if it's too late. There are 3 beds in the attic. Sarn usually has 2 beds for himself so he can have enough space to stretch his limbs. The 3rd bed is usually rented at a low price to acquaintances who need accommodations on a tight budget, such as Ansocks. Elegant and I sat in the same round table, staring at each other silently. Is there anything else to do tonight? I mean, we might as well talk to her. Even though she was a dick the entire time. She kept making fun of me because I kept messing things up. I want to talk more with Elegant. She's very interesting. Before I could move, Elegant moved the chair to get closer. Actually, the puzzle is not complete yet. It isn't? Whether it's the murderer, the motive, or the method of committing the crime, they're all solved. Is there something else? Of course. The judgment. That doesn't matter, does it? Detectives can use their authority to influence the outcome of the case. For example, if it was an intentional homicide, negligent homicide, or just an unfortunate accident, what the detective says will, in the end, determine a judgment. You're wrong. I got the voices wrong, I'm sorry. That doesn't matter, does it? Detectives can use their authority to influence the outcome of the case. For example, if it was an intentional homicide, negligent homicide, or just an unfortunate accident, what the detective says will, in the end, determine the judgment. You're wrong. Every detective that earns his position will swear his loyalty to the truth. And that same truth is also determined by the detective, is it not? For example, in this case, do you believe that they killed the miller by accident, or did they kill the miller intentionally? What if they just wanted to intimidate the miller into canceling the engagement? What is your judgment? If I were the detective, I would tell the villagers. I mean, they planned to kill him, right? Like, that was the plan. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't, actually. No, they did plan to kill him. Because they wanted to run away. That was the first plan, was to run away. Yeah, this is premeditated murder. They wanted to kill him, yeah. They didn't want to kill him, though. The original plan was to run away. That was the plan. But then it stormed. The snowstorm came. And so they're like, okay, well, we can't run away now. We're stuck with your dad, so, like, let's hang him. And so they're like, okay, let's hang my dad. And then they go to hang him. And it failed. And they just so happened to hang him by his foot, and that killed him. So, they killed him. It doesn't matter. Like, there was no accident. They killed him. They 100% planned to kill him. It was definitely, yeah, you're right. It was premeditated murder. They wanted to kill him. I would say it's murder. Is that not too arbitrary? Their aim to stop the engagement, which is not enough. Their aim is to stop the engagement, which is not enough to kill for. I think it's enough. Killing isn't something that needs special reasons. Even the most trivial things can drive someone to kill. Besides, the way they committed the crime, I think they just failed in their original plan and chose another way. Perhaps. Gulp, I finished the rest of my beer. Oh, great detective, you can really drink a lot. It's not like I'm downing liquor. It doesn't matter if I have a cup or two. I pointed to the cider that she'd only had a sip from in front of her. After hearing your reasoning just now, it's definitely not something a drunkard could come up with. Then I'll take that as a compliment. By the way, a quick tip for you. I approached her and said, your clothes look a bit out of place in the tavern. Everyone's gonna notice a teetotaling nun in the middle of a group of drunks. If you're planning to stay here, I'm afraid you'll just end up scaring away the target of your investigation. I see. An amateur mistake on my part. Elegant hesitated for a while, and then turned to look at me. Thank you for reminding me. Ah, you're welcome. So, it turned out that you really are investigating something here. I guess I'm right. You're not entirely wrong. But now it's too late to change my clothes. I have to think about how to play this afterwards. Elegant had been confident until now. Seemed to become... Elegant, who had been confident until now, seemed to become nervous as she gazed at the reflection in her mug. When you have a moment, I'd like to find some time to hear what you're actually doing here. Sorry, I messed up again. When you have a moment, I'd like to find some time to hear what you're actually doing here. It's late. I'm going to bed. Good night. I said goodbye to Elegant and went upstairs to my room. My room was on the first on the right. Unsurprisingly, Sarn had already cleaned the guest rooms impeccably. Maybe I was too drunk. I kicked off my boots and flopped onto the bed, almost dreaming when I touched the pillow. Chapter 1! I couldn't even read that. Using stand power. Nope, we did our first crime. Yay! First investigation done. Good job, team. We did it together. We're detectives, everybody. Stand power, Jojo. My name is Roman. I'm a gray wolf. I'm 30 years old. Detective is my profession. Oh my god, that was with. In my dreams, I can hear a voice coming from downstairs. It was so hot, so sexy. God, I just want to just grab it and just. And then I found out it was Ansocks, and my boner went away. This sound reverberated through the empty hall, as if I were lying in the cradle when I was a child, hearing my mother hum an unknown lullaby. But the tune of music had a kind of disharmony that was distinctly sinister. Sort of like when you open your eyes only to find your cradle dangling off the edge of a cliff. Alright, that's weird. The strange midnight music was unsettling, like something dark and ominous was about to spring out of the shadows to grab me. You want to go downstairs and have a look? Do you want to go downstairs and have a look? Sure. Let's go downstairs. Get some quality time with Ansocks. Let's go downstairs and have a look. It's a little creepy, but it's not good to just ignore it. I can't sleep anyway. I climbed out of bed and took my dagger out of the inner pocket of my coat, moving carefully with the dagger behind my back. I slowly cracked the door open. Alright, don't kill Ansocks, please. I pushed the door open, then the door hinge let out a loud squeak. I hadn't noticed the noise before I went to sleep, but given how quiet it was at the moment, any sound would seem to be magnified a million times. The music downstairs stopped. I locked the door and sat in bed until it stopped. I didn't hear any other noises that night. Aw, they heard my door squeak and they stopped playing music. Damn it. Day 2, the 24th. For the rest of the night, I slept comfortably and dreamlessly. The first day of my holiday. Looks like I get to spend my Christmas holiday with a half-mad bard and a mysterious adventurer in a tavern in the middle of nowhere. And eat nothing but vegetarian dishes all day long. Truly, such extravagance would make even the Pope himself jealous. There was a thick layer of snow on the windowsill, but it was sunny outside. I held the handrail of the stairs and went down slowly. And I could hear the sound of wooden cups knocking on the tables from the hall, and the smell of barley spread through the fire-warmed air. Sorry, I got food stuck in my keyboard and then accidentally mashed a bunch of buttons. Getting it out, changed settings, leading me to have to restart my PC. Oh no! New people! New friends! More friends are here! Yay! More friends. I've done that before though. I've tried to clean my keyboard and had to restart my PC because I messed everything up. Sure enough, more guests came as soon as it was sunny. Holy fuck, that's a big old rabbit. Is that the Easter Bunny? Excuse me, this is Christmas. Thank you very much. Riley up, eh? God, it must be nice to have a cushy, smart guy job where you don't have to wake up before dawn. Oh, come on. I only get to sleep late during the holidays. I scratched my disheveled hair a few times. Giannis, why are you here so early? The dog's completely frozen. It's either be bored at home or come drinking at the tavern. He reached out and clasped hands with me, squeezing tight. Yeah! God, what the hell? I still need that hand, you know? Maybe you should exercise more. How are you gonna catch criminals if you can't even take a handshake? Giannis clapped me on the shoulder as he spoke. Easy! I'm just messing with you. So, you're gonna stay here during the Christmas holiday? I figured someone like you would go on a trip or something. Ow! Well, I can't travel with these injuries. I think you broke something important. Maybe I should put you out of your misery then. No thanks. If you pat me to death, you'll just ruin Sarn's business. Giannis grinned and raised a hand just as Sarn poked his head out of the kitchen. Remember, Giannis, if you keep messing around, I'll throw you out. Not everyone here is as big, buff, and tough as you are, sailor. For example, Peter. Hey, don't look down on me. Peter slapped his hands on the table and stood up. Oh, I forgot. Whenever people talk, they have their own, like, theme music. It's very adorable. I love it. Like, every character has their own music to it. Whenever they speak, I think. Peter slapped his hands on the table and stood up. Don't look down on me! But it's true. I mean, I've never seen Giannis lay a finger on you. Well, that's because he knows he can't mess with me. Really? Want to take me on, Fluffy? No, I don't want to end up losing control and breaking you in half. Either do it or shut up. Well, it's not like my body's weaker than yours. Alright, there are some things that don't have to be forced. Why must different races be so different? Well, at least everyone in the same sense is illegal. Well, at least everyone is the same in a legal sense. Oh, well, what's the use? I don't need to deal with criminals every day like you. The law is unequal, and it is my business. Besides, what else is the same in a legal sense? Booze, money, room and charges? Those aren't even legally mandated. That's just because you're an opportunist. Speaking of opportunists, hey Kane, did you find another job yet? Well, a few days ago, a cook at the small restaurant nearby quit because of the low salary. I figured I'd go and try my luck. I mean, it's a long shot, given how many times I've been canned in the past. Maybe try to get a hold of your temper. No one will dare hire you if you have another attack. Sarn is obsessed with that clipboard. He's the owner of the store. Or the inn. He's got to keep his stuff in check. I guess. If you could control your temper, perhaps Sarn would hire you as a kitchen assistant in the busy season. Look, if keeping my temper was as easy as you said, then I wouldn't have gotten kicked out so many... It's okay. Nobody in this world is perfect. I'd better comfort him a bit, or else he'll just end up blowing up later. I just want everything to go smoothly this time. Kane started the drink alone. It seems that everyone hasn't changed much. It's the same as last year when I couldn't get a case and spent a lot of time in taverns. Ah, the good old days. Not having a job, no money, no work, good times. Sure, being broke and staring at an empty wallet hurt, but in the company of my friends, life didn't seem to be so sad. What should I do now? Let's talk to people. Oh yeah, I can talk. Maybe I should get a cup of ale to soothe my throat before I start talking too much. Okay. Paul? The toilet. Let's go to the bathroom. I'll go to the restroom and comb my hair. I wet my hands and posed for a better angle and combed my hair carefully in the mirror. Falling gray hairs fluttered down like snow from my scalp, eventually landing in the wash basin. Shedding season had already passed, obviously, even those failing hairs had regrown in the winter. Maybe I should take care of myself better the next time I get busy. Last thing I need to do is look terrible in front of clients. Look at me in the mirror. Click, 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 click. Cellar. I'm a little thirsty. Maybe just one more drink. I squeezed behind the counter and grabbed a mug and slid into the cellar. Wait a moment. I'd better ask Sign first. Give me a drink. I want a drink. I want a drink, please. Up. As a matter of fact, I didn't know which room Elegant was using. I should ask Sarn. Let's go back down. Talk. How do I go to the... Oh, kitchen. There we go. I raised the board that separated the counter and hall and squeezed through the narrow passage. Sometimes I wonder how Sarn could cram himself into such a small place. I poked my head through the curtain. Sarn was washing dishes, but stopped and turned to me. Hello. What's the matter, Roman? I want like a cup of ale, please. I'm a bit thirsty after chatting all morning. Mind if I help myself to some ale? Okay, just remember to turn off the tap. I took out a mug from under the counter and slid into the cellar. Yay, alcohol! After filling my mug, I took a sip and considered my next course of action. Ah, ale. The lubricant of both minds and tongues. Tongue. I raised the board that separated the counter and squeezed through the narrow passage. Sarn was cleaning dishes. What's the matter, Roman? Where's Elegant's room? Elegant is staying here, right? I wonder which room is hers. Third room on the right. Thank you. Now I can break into her room in the middle of the night. Perfect. Perfect. Who are you talking to? Let's talk to Peter the rabbit. Hi there, little guy. I sat across from Peter at his table. Peter looked up at me. Roman, do you think there is such thing as true fairness? Still struggling with the same problem, huh? I bet he brought that clipboard with him to his daughter's birth. I bet he was born with that clipboard. That was the first thing that they gave him, was the clipboard. That was his first childhood toy. Well, compared to a lot of places in the world, the polling is pretty fair. Where else could you see so many different species being friendly in the same tavern? This place is the exception, not the rule. There are dozens of restaurants and taverns in the capital where they only serve meat-eating mammals. Although it's forbidden by law, they always have ways to avoid it. They just tell the inspectors that wonder of wonders, there were no herbivore customers that day, and the day's special just happens to be grilled veal. You know, most of the inspectors are carnivores too. So even if the reasons aren't just bold-faced lies, they can still get away with it. There are so many injustices in life. Why do they pretend not to see them? Pauline is still young and things take time to change. Not everyone has time to wait. Alright, well, thanks for that crazy... Alright, thank you for your whatever that conversation was. I'ma talk to the giant shark now. I took my mug and sat opposite of Giannis. Before you start, I'll pass on the shoulder smack. Peter Rabbit is PETA. Pretty much, yeah. Why is life so unfair? Do you believe in true fairness in the world? Leonis, half standing, took his hand back in slowly and scratched his hand embarrassingly. Sorry, old habits and such. It's just a friendly greeting is all. That's one way to put it, I guess. Looking at chat or something? How was life by the sea? I'm a little curious about how life is by the sea. Life by the sea, that's nothing special. You know how most folk like you visit the sea on holiday? It's kind of the opposite for us. It's nice to get someplace far away from the brine and constant motion. Us sea folk are so used to the terrifying waves of the sea. It's kind of relaxing to enjoy the inland life for a while. After all, it's not like the earth will rise up out of the blue and swallow your house and everyone in it. That's not impossible. Haven't you heard of earthquakes? The sea's like that all the time, and earthquakes only happen every so often. Aren't you a big tough sailor? Why do you fear the waves so much? The expression on Leonis' face froze suddenly. You don't understand. Look in the chat. Okay, well, he has a fear of the ocean. Aren't you satisfied with the tavern near the docks? Why come all the way to the White Star instead? Have been to those taverns. Have you been to those taverns over there? I came in and had a look when I was handling a case. Then you saw the fish hooks and fish nets they like to hang on the back of the wall behind the counter. You're scared of fish hooks? You'd be too if you were a shark. Okay, well, I get it now. I'm sorry to hear that. What about Kane? Hi there. You look pretty adorable. Look at him. I took my mug and sat down opposite of Kane. It looked like Kane didn't notice me as he scooped up a spoonful of stew and washed the dribble back into the bowl. I can't blame Sarn. What? Stopping his hands, Kane looked up at me. Nothing, I just feel Sarn's cooking skill. I don't think it's that bad. Indeed, this vegetable stew is excellent, but by the standards of a carnivore, other carnivores won't taste anything weird. I don't want to sound like a herbivore supremacist or anything, but I still think it's better to leave cooking vegetable dishes to people like us. I can almost hear the radishes in this stew screaming from the mistreatment. Alright, what is going on? What is up with this talk, okay? Vegetarian dishes should be cooked by vegetarians only. Well, how about when you cook meat? Our relationship isn't that bad, is it? Of course. Then I ask you a sensitive question. Then if I ask you a sensitive question, you won't get angry at me. How angry could it be with you? What is it? Well, do you have some, unique feelings when you cook steaks? You have no idea how many carnivores have asked me that same question. What do you think about wolves? The ones that walk on four legs, I mean. Well, there was a stuffed wolf there's a stuffed wolf head as a wall hanging in my old house. But other than that, I don't have much of an opinion. If you're fine with stuffed wolf head, then I'm fine with cooking steaks. After all, it's not like the meat came from someone I knew. They trying to teach me stuff? Sus. Sus! Okay, so there is a difference. Like, we have... From that, we understand the lore is, like, there's, like, anthropomorphic people, like this people, like Kane and myself and stuff like that, and there's actual, like, animals. So, like, we've got walking, talking people wolves, and then we've got dumb animal wolf. There's a difference. You can eat the cow that is on 4 legs, but don't eat the cow that's on 2 legs. That's bad. How about Ansocks? I sat by Ansocks and held my cup. Hey, what's the matter? You got any new songs? Come up with any new songs recently? Only the one from last night. Even a genius like me can't write more than one song per day. You're right. What do you think about Elegant? Well, she doesn't seem fond of the idle chit-chat. And since when do nuns show up in taverns? Maybe she's looking for a wayward souls to shame or something? Could it be Ansocks might know why is Elegant? Any three-legged cows you can only eat half of. Maybe Sarn asked her to come over to sing Christmas carols? Never mind. What do you, oh, I already did this. Nah, nothing special. Well, you're welcome to take a seat and have a drink with me. I think we're done talking. I think that we've talked to everybody already. Let's go upstairs. Elegant, hey. I knocked on the door in the third room on the right. Who is it? It's me, Roman. Is there something the matter? I want to talk. Are you there? No. Get to the point. Sex when? When do I get to have sex with the people? Hi, Multi Dragoon. How you doing? I just wanted to ask a quick question. Her hood is down. Elegant opened the door and stood there, looking at me expectantly. Her hand didn't leave the doorknob. I wanted to know why you dressed like that. I asked in a low voice. Do you wonder what about the reason which I dress like this? Or are you questioning the motive? Why not both? Elegant stepped away a bit, leaving enough room for me to squeeze through the door sideways. I gotta go, Betty. Bye. Good night, gang. Alright, take care, Dewisswood. Not sure if I should try. Her body language and expression suggested she wasn't looking for company. Would you rather stand at my door and speak? You are aware of the recent arrivals downstairs, are you not? She moved back again further, and I slipped into the room, and she shut the door behind me. They're regulars here, decent people. You don't need to be worried about them. They may be decent individuals in this place, but that doesn't mean that they are so outside of it. You have already seen through my disguise, so I feel no need to hide. The same cannot be said of them. As of this moment, the only ones I trust are Sarn and you. Ah, I didn't realize I was included. It's an honor. Given your relationship with Sarn, I can trust you. For now. I'd make for an excellent ally. There's no great reason why I'm here. I got a big job in the last tavern. I don't suppose you're willing to share next time. Well, if you accept a 9-10 split for the fee. Do I get the 90? Elegant cleared her throat and continued. Are you familiar with the Cathedral of St. Isaac? What's that? A cathedral under the Rimp Diocese, currently under construction in the capital. 12 years ago, there was a disaster where one of the central pillars collapsed. Noble brothers who were supervising the construction site, the elder is called Brondo, and the younger's name is Jonathan, were buried under the rubble. According to reports of the junior clergy to the local abbot, the collapse was caused by the brothers, who had lined their pockets by using substandard materials and cheating the workers. So the story proved to be the perfect tool to persuade others to donate. After all, everyone fears the punishment of God. People are willing to give up anything, so as long as they avoid the flames of hell. According to the reports of one of the junior clergy to the local abbot, The collapse was caused by the brothers, who lined their pockets by using... Wait, didn't I just read these? What the fuck? I have a question for you, Wolf. Which one of these characters in this game do you think is submissive and breedable? Okay, let's take a look. Alright, here we go. Alright. I'll shotgun these things, okay? Or machine gun these things, alright? Roma's a switch. Sign's the top. Anzox is the bottom. Elegant, she's a dom. Giannis, he's a top. Peter's a top. Kane, asexual. Done. Game over. The bard definitely likes to get dick down. I mean, what? There you go. See? Switch. Top. Bottom. Dom. Top. Top. Asexual. That's my guess. Because you think the rabbit would be a bottom, but he's over here talking about how like everybody should have fair rights, so he would totally try and top. I mean, the shark maybe. The shark might, but you know what? I mean, he's a sailor. Oh, you know what? No, fuck it. Never mind. He's a switch. The boy's a switch, okay? So we got switch, top. He really likes white furry dragons. He really likes white furry dragons. Now, does that mean he would bottom for a white furry dragon? I don't know. Typically when somebody loves a certain thing about somebody, they aren't thinking about how like, oh god, I want to get plowed by that. So I'm thinking he's definitely top. I always heard otters were bottoms because they're big hips or some shit. I don't know. So, switch. Probably top. Might try bottom, maybe. Definitely a bottom, 100%. She'd top. He'd be switch. Because, I mean, look at this boy. He's a sailor. He's a seaman. He's definitely... He's a wannabe top. Peter's definitely a wannabe top. And Kane, I don't know. Kane he's just there. He just exists. He'll just take whatever, I guess. There you go. So, I'm guessing you were hired to investigate further. Yes, now that I have settled in, I plan to insinuate myself into the cathedral. Your clients didn't tell you to come to White Star, did they? Of course, the travelers and mercenaries tend to stop in at taverns such as these as they travel. You know as well as I that the tavern rumor mill is awash with contacts, and always to exchange information. But why spend so much money investigating a closed case about something involving the church? That is neither my problem nor my concern. Take the job, perform the job, take the payment. Anything else is immaterial. I do not concern myself with any secrets my client may have. Elegant turned and opened the door. It seemed that she was counting my questions as immaterial as well. Elegant turned and looked back at me, waiting silently. Well, sorry to bother you. I left quickly and sensibly. The door shut behind me with a click. Okay, so it seems like Elegant... We know a little bit more about Elegant. So Elegant is more, I guess she's like a very, like, practical detective, kind of. She's just there to, like, open, shut case kind of thing. PG broke? Let me check. Did I break? I am broke. You are right. I have died. Why did I die? My arm is itchy. Alright, let me fix it. PNG. Boop, boop, boop. Refresh. It's quiet. Very, very quiet. Is it Discord? No, it must be Discord. Ah. Ah. What is going on? PNG died from cringe coming from the chat. Must have. What is going on? Let me check. Voice. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Discord just randomly changed like what it was picking up, like what the input thing was. So I don't know why. That was weird. Okay. Oh, but Elegant definitely seems like she's like a very straightforward type of detective, I guess. Like I would consider her, like, if I was to give her like a description, she's like the more assassin outlook kind of thing, where she's just like, all right, I took the job, that's it, I'm done, I don't care. That's why she discussed about earlier when we finished that earlier case, how she said that like detectives can decide whether somebody is guilty or innocent because we are like the final, we decide whether they are guilty or not. So like if it benefited us, we could totally just fake a, say somebody's guilty. So she definitely seems like a kind of like very straightforward, like, I'm here for the profit and that's it. I don't really care about anything else. And so, and by the way, in to clarify what she is, that whole like what that whole bit was with her, she is in disguise to find she's trying to find the culprits of apparently two guys. They apparently two guys, what's it called, two brothers, they were working for a church and they were being built, the church was being built, and they made the whole entire, they collapsed the entire church because they were secretly like stealing funds and they were selling, they were giving like material, they were stealing funds and they were stealing material, which in the end caused the church to collapse on itself. And now the people who worship that church is now they put all their money together and they hired her to go and capture the guy, or capture the culprit and stuff like that. So that's her mission. That's why she's here. It's because she's finding rumors or whatever. But can I nut though? You can nut anytime you want to. I'm gonna go to my room. Better return to my own room and do something else. Search. I opened up to a random page of the book. The law in Napoleon is merciful. It shows leniency on those who have the sense to regret their actions by exempting their sentence or sending them into cloisters to be civilized. For those criminals who are unrepentant, the Helios Code has enough regulations to punish them to make sure that they never commit a crime ever again. Thus, the vicious crimes of a more barbarous age have faded into Apollyon since the era of Helios I. The Helios I's wise rule. Without the sin of racial hatred, Apollyon shall become an ever-improving land of peace. I guess I'll take a nap. No, taking a nap is better. I'm too lazy to take off my boots. I'll just lay here for a while. The rain had stopped. Packed dirt, now dispersed from the narrow alleys by the rains, remained in the center of the road after the rainwater flowed by. No one pays attention to their feet during a chase. Gray muck splattered and burst on the narrow alleyways that even one person could barely squeeze through, and slowly slid to the ground. The spatial structure of this place was impossibly complex. Unable to build outward thanks to poverty, the locals instead took a more vertical approach. They built a Babylon-esque towers into the sky, exploiting the potential of every inch of their narrow settlements. Everything was delicately balanced. Shelter supports bending incongruously to hold up walls that they were ready to collapse. Apollyon is a very unfortunate name for a city now that I think about it. Why? Apollyon sounds familiar, but I don't know where it's from. Why is it unfortunate? Leaving the biblical meaning aside, it just means destroyer in Old Greek. Oh, wonderful. That's great. Shelter supports bending incongruously to hold up walls that were ready to collapse, which in turn bolstered cracked ceilings held up to hulking canopy of homes above. A resident screamed as I raced by, a rusty watering pot jolting free of her hand and dousing her patchwork dress. I felt like I was blind as I mounted the stairs 3 at a time, my breathing heavy as I chased after the sound of running. I ran my way through a wooden door, and the smell of mildew burst into my nose. Dim and soft light spilled through this cloudy sky, but that was enough to blind me after spending so much time in the dark staircase. I'm gonna name my son that. The room I had entered was completely different. Furniture scattered randomly like debris after a storm. The wood cracked and varnish peeling from exposure to the elements. Dozens of pieces in different styles and ages, like museum display of furniture through the ages. My quarry and I fought. I grabbed at him, but he pushed me away. The roof opened up and swallowed me. The time of my fall felt like forever. I felt the nightmares are getting more. I think the nightmares are getting more frequent. Well, that was spooky. Friends? Ah, it's nearly lunchtime. Go have lunch or chat some more? We could hang around a little bit. Ansox? I can't think of anything I can talk to Ansox about right now. Let's talk to somebody else. Alright, fine. No Ansox. Peter's in one of his serious moods today. Maybe I'll sit somewhere else. Alright, no Peter then. Giannis? There wasn't anything else to chat with Giannis about now. I'll talk to somebody else. Alright, Kane? I shouldn't have spoiled Kane's breakfast time. I'll talk to somebody else. It's just nobody wants to talk? Okay. Sarn? What's the matter, Roman? Can I get a cup of ale? I need one more drink. Alright, here you are. I descended into the cellar step by step with an empty mug. Nice, more alcohol. After I filled my mug, I contemplated my next course of action. I raised the board and separated the counter and hall and squeezed through the narrow passage. Sign was cleaning dishes. I require more ale. More ale, please! More. One more drink. You haven't gotten drunk in a long time. Don't blame me if you wake up hungover. Don't worry. I'm 30 years old. I'm a gray wolf. My name is Roman. I'm addicted by trade. My trade is detectiveness, see. After drinking 3 cups, I think one more drink is available. One more, please, sir. I love another. One more drink. You're really drunk. Don't worry. I'm fine. I leaned against the wall and tried to descend into the cellar with my empty mug. One more drink. The 4th drink. I woke up in my room. For a moment, I thought I had landed in an unfamiliar place. I sat up and looked around. After seeing my things scattered about, I managed to calm down. It seems like I got drunk carelessly. Fortunately, it doesn't matter if I get drunk once in a while on vacation. Anyway, I should go downstairs and have a look. I feel like I've slept all morning. I felt dizzy and unsteady as I walked. I leaned on the handrail and moved slowly. It smells like you take advantage of me, senpai. Vegetable stew. I'm drunk. Also, neat little detail. I like that he has like belts on his wings. Like he has his like wings like tied together. That's a cute little detail. I like it. I've got good news and bad news. Good news is that Kane decided to bust into my kitchen and, quote, show you idiots what actual vegetable stew is like. Luckily for you guys, he cooked the stew before I managed to hurl him out onto the street. Bad news is today's lunch is vegetable stew. That's fine. I've given up anyway. Anyway, bon appetit. I stirred the stew in with my spoon, and the thick soup swirled slowly in the bowl. Giannis was holding the bowl to his face and dumping the liquid into his open maw. That really can't be a healthy way to eat anything. Kane ate his masterpiece contentedly, without any hesitation while glancing at me secretly from time to time. I lowered my head immediately and had a few bites. It's nice to relax by the fire in the afternoon. The snow was falling again outside, so Sign needed to sweep the snowflakes which were blown from the doorway. Soft snow heaped on the street and muffled all sound, like when you block up your ears with soft cotton. Everything bad or unpleasant, from outside disputes to bad ideas, is muffled by the snow. The slightly sweet scent of fresh air, chilled by the winter cold, lingers in the nose. The wind, heavy with floating snow, tapped the wooden door enough that a band of sunlight could shine through the gap and across the wall. Suddenly the door swung open. Look at him! Ah, so cold. That gets me to warm me up. A fluffy white furred dragon staggered in, dragging a suitcase that was almost as big as he was, and leaning on a cane. Oh, what's a child doing out in the snow like this? Well, hurry up, boy. Come in and have a rest. Don't call me boy. Would a child be carrying this? He produced a medical license from his pocket and brandished it up at Sarnes like a dagger. Sarn frowned as he read it. Oh, my apologies, Master Doctor. Please forgive my rudeness. The last thing I need is to freeze to death before I go back to my clinic. I'll just be waiting for the snow to calm down. Of course. Please, warm yourself by the fire. I'll carry your things. Sarn tried to lift the suitcase, then let out a labored groan as he shifted it. What in God's name? So heavy. The dragon took off his thick and heavy coat, climbed onto the chair opposite me, and reclined with a sigh of full contentment. Greetings. I'm Thrivey, a physician by trade. He rose slightly and stretched out his right hand, and I returned the handshake. Roman, it's a pleasure. Maybe I'll be your patient in the future. Look at him. He's a cute little furry dragon. His lips convulsed slightly. I hope that day never comes. His hands were covered with soft white fur from the palm to the back of his hands. The stray snowflakes which he brought from outside were melting on his fur. He looked like he'd fit right in with some of Sarn's paintings. Now then, where in blazes am I? I never passed by here. The only reason I managed to spot this place was the lamp outside. This is the White Star Tavern. The White Dragon looked at me with confusion. Rossi looking ass. The Vela District. The Vela District? My word. Well, I hadn't expected to get quite so lost. He shrugged his shoulders and looked around. Then the doors shook violently and gave the blizzard access to the inside of the room. The falling snowflakes flew up and down with the invading storm. At the same time, someone cursed loudly in the cellar. Mind your language! There is a child, Oh, fuck off! I'm not a child! Oh, fucketh off! Fucketh you, my good sir. The gale howled outside. If someone were to go out now, he'd be mad or suicidal. Normally, shutting the door was an easy trick, but became much harder than usual in this situation. The snow from the crack rolled across my nose and eyes. I shut the door with all my strength and then found a chair to block it up. Phew. As I moved to sit back down, the door hinges creaked loudly as someone rattled the knob. What the? Oh, hell. There's a hyena lying there, wrapped tightly in a thin hooded robe. He's so cute! The little boy is actually 200 years old or out. He's so cute! Look at him! Yeen! Yeah! He's adorable! This is a tavern. Please, I humbly ask for shelter and warmth in a warm hearth. May I stay? He crawled to his feet in embarrassment as I shrugged as an answer and pointed to the cellar, just as another crash echoed from within. I'm not the boss. I can't call the shots. Perhaps the owner will show kindness and not hurl me into the street. He took off the robe on the back of the chair, and then kicked back and leaned heavily. The partially suspended chair groaned under the pressure. No yeet the yeen. Sorry to keep you waiting. Going so soon, Doctor? Sarn stood in the doorway to the cellar with mugs of ale in his hands, as Thrivey was getting up from the chair. I'm not feeling well. Want to find a place to rest. Do you have any available rooms? How strange. Thrivey looked fine just a few seconds ago, but now he looks pale and weak. Let me think. I haven't cleaned out the other rooms yet. Otherwise, I can offer the space I have in the attic. Thrivey walked to the stairs quickly, politely refusing the cup Sarn offered. Thank you, but I'm a little queasy at the moment. My stomach is a bit too delicate for alcohol. Well, no need to waste such fine ale. Sarn stared in surprise as the hyena plucked the mug from his hand without any hesitation and intended to drink. Hold on. You're a friar, aren't you? Perhaps he's also a pretender like Elegant. Don't bother with such rigid rules. Don't bother with such rigid rules. 'Tis far nobler not to waste the gifts granted by God. He needs some milk. Well, how should I address you? Sarn crossed out a whole line on the bill with his pencil, then added a few words. Seems like you don't go to church on the weekends, or you know my name. I would go, but seeing as I'm the only one working at this tavern, I don't have much chance. Excuse me. With a slight frown, Sarn turned back and quickly retreated into the kitchen. I suppose that he would stay there for a long time. Oh, I just remembered I have something important to do. Goodbye. What else is more important than rescuing your soul, my child? Come now, stay. At the moment I touched the stair railing, the hyena pinned my hand with a smile. The blink of the cross, which hung on his chest, was dazzling. Well, so much for escaping. What's your name? I believe I've never seen your face before in my church. I'm not in this parish. That doesn't matter. Even though we are from different parishes, all of us are in the same family. I am Father Heron. Nice to meet you. I stretched out 3 fingers and gingerly shook his hand. I'm Roman. Nice to... He interrupted me before I could get a word in edgewise, and began to make a speech without any pause, gesturing towards me excitedly. Tell me, child, do you know where we will go after death? I'm sure you never think about that. How to settle your audience to sleep? Step 1. Ask a question and answer it yourself. He let go of my hand and I quickly climbed the stairs. We booked it. We were out of there so fast. Tell me, do you have a moment to hear about the word our God, Lord, and Savior, Jesus Christ? Darby was standing in the corridor, staring blankly up at the ceiling. What are you looking at? What time is it? 7:46? We got time. Heron looks like the guy who will sneak into your room while you're sleeping. I didn't want to ask for trouble, so I left the dragon to his ponderies and went to my room. I slid the key into the lock and turned. The vibration caused by opening the cylinder spread to my fingertips, like the heat of peppercorns blooming on the tongue. What the fuck? What are you talking about? You're turning the key in a door. Relax. The vibration caused the opening cylinder spread to my fingertips, like the heat of peppercorns blooming on the tongue. My fingers trembled around the key as I turned it, like when I wake up in the morning I'm turned on by the first sight I see. I gave the door a push and it stayed still. Didn't I lock the door? There was something stuck in my throat. A numbness crept and spread to my whole body from the limited area of my fingertips. My hand shook, rattling the key. I grabbed my wrist with the other hand and steadied it, and slowly turned the key again. After unlocking the door, I rushed into my room. The nightstand was half open. I moved quickly, pulling open the drawer and began searching. I get hard too. My wallet was still there, as were my magnifying glasses in their fleece bag. The evidence case from the crime scene. I rummaged through the sundries I had stored in there, my hand dipping down into the drawer. Finally, my finger touched a cold and hard object buried deep among the linens. There it is. I took the case back down, deep underneath my things, and stuffed everything back in the drawer. I quietly cursed the lack of a lock. The cheap bastard Tat Sarn must have thought nobody would bother to rob his guests. Imagine that. Oh, nothing was lost, but I know I didn't leave the drawer open. Think. Who had access to my room after lunch? Only 2 can be excluded. Who didn't have the chance to enter my room after lunch? Sarn and Heron. Sarn managed everything all the time. Sarn managed everything all the time from downstairs. Sarn didn't have time to go upstairs till now. Excluded. Heron, he chatted without a stop in front of me since he got here. He may have made bad impressions, but it wasn't him. As for everyone else, I'll need to investigate. I locked the door and went downstairs. Well, what else would you like to order? Who is this other kitty cat? There's so many people! We're seeing so many new people. They're just pouring in. Well, what else would you like to order? That's enough. Thank you for the warm hospitality, good sir. Ooh, I like this guy. Fancy. Oops. The lynx who had just came in swept off his thick coat and casually dropped it into Heron's arms as he walked past. Also, hold on, I think I missed something real quick. I think when I didn't do anything here. I probably should have. I don't want to miss out on the cutscene. How do I bring the ladder down? Oh, here. Leave it to me. I went ahead and untied the knot step by step. This white dragon watched quietly as I untied the strings from the wooden handle beside me. Okay, I got it. Next step is just... Ah! Oop. Almost at the same time when I let go, the ladder fell with a loud slam. The white dragon's scream accompanied with the twang of a pulley, causing me to jump back. The ladder dropped down so fast that the force of the wind stirred my hair. The ladder slammed into the place where I stood just then, splintering the wooden boards of the floor. Oh my fucking god. I think we killed him. Dangerous! Are you alright? Don't worry, I'm fine. Not scared at all. Go on up, please. I fled like a scared mouse, moving into my own room quickly. Okay, yeah. Almost at the same time when I let go, the ladder fell with a loud slam. The white dragon's scream accompanied the twang of a pulley, causing me to jump back. The ladder dropped down so fast that the force of the wind stirred my hair. The ladder slammed into the place where I just stood, where I was standing just then, splinting the wooden boards of the floor. Oh, I almost died. Cool, fantastic. I almost killed myself with a ladder. That's cool. Oh, and here we go. And there's a knife stand thingy. So, okay, so instead of getting the weird, like, the weird ASMR, like, lock, like, opening my door thingy, we get to almost get killed by a ladder. Alright, skip through this. It was not Sarn or Heron. Ah! Where are we? Well, what else would you like to order? Well, that's enough. Thanks for the warm hospitality, good sir. The lynx who had just came in swept off his thick coat and casually dropped it into the Heron's arms as he walked past. What are you doing? Child, I'm not a coat rack. Sarn took the coat from Heron's hands and quickly hung it from the progressively more overburdened coat rack. Heron let out an offended huff, then walked over to the fireplace and sat down, the fur on his back raised and hackled. Don't make him mad. He's just a good old friar boy. The lynx walked towards me as he adjusted his collar, meeting me at the bottom of the stairs. Vincel. Hello there. Just call me Vincel. He reached into the pocket of his fancy puffy sleeved topcoat and produced something with a flourish. It was a scroll about the size of a finger. with smooth-edged paper wrapped around a varnished wooden core. Vincel Link, Spices and Herbs, Apollyon, 21B, King Street, Allet Town. Well, that explained a few things. This guy smelled of money. You stink of rich. I'm Roman. The detective that, splendid, Mr. Roman. Might I take your contact details later? I may have some need for a detective in the future. Well, if you want to. I tucked the scroll into my pocket and wiped the sweat on my hand onto the suit. I can provide you with my address once you're settled in. I stepped out of the way so Vincel could trot upstairs. Sign followed him with his luggage. People nowadays. Heron was muttering to himself as he turned to me. I believe you said something about thorns on the road to salvation earlier, Father. Oh, you. Heron's words stuck in his throat at the sight of Sarn coming downstairs. I'll prepare dinner. Feel free to chat. Sarn lifted the curtain and went into the kitchen, leaving me and Heron in the room together alone. I quickly moved, reaching for the easiest excuse to get away from the hyena before he pounced. I'm gonna leave an address for him. We can talk later. I rushed to the stairs before he can. Nobody wants to be in the room with the religious guy. I love how every single person has been trying to find an excuse to stay out of the room with the friar. Nobody wants to hear like prayers and stuff. Vincel stood at the door to his room. I suppose it's a coincidence that your room is right next to mine, Mr. Vincel. I thought you'd be staying in the suite at the end of the corridor. The rooms are all the same, my good wolf. It's not as if I had much in the way of luggage. He stepped over the doorway and leaned on it, motioning me over to with a constant mild smile. Here you are, just right here. I accepted a sharpened quill and jotted down the address of my office on the paper he gave me. Though I called it my office, it was just the parlor of the flat that I rented. If a client came without reservations, they'd be shocked by the casual atmosphere there. I didn't always have time or energy to sweep or clean up after myself. It cost more than one client's business. It cost me more than one client's business. He tucked the paper into the pocket where he put the scroll, and then gave me a finger wave goodbye. Funny, I expected something more, like the scent of exotic spices or fancy cologne at least. Or maybe that was just me expecting something ostentatious. Oh, hi, Kane. Oh, it's snowing heavily out there. Kane tightened the lock and dusted off his hands. You're bloody lucky it's holidays, so I don't need to be hurrying to go back. Why not stay here until the snow is lighter? Just think of it as being on a case with me. No, bug her off. As if anyone would accompany you. I told you not to come in when I have my door locked. I told you not to come in when I have my door locked at night. Don't need to be rude. You're one to talk. You forgot to buy me drinks after that case I helped you with. Alright, okay, I'll treat you soon. What's your poison? Ale? Wine? Of course it's ale. Who's gonna treat someone to some ale? Giannis emerged from the door at the end of the corridor. Are you up to your gills in coins? How come you can pay for the corner suite? You only pay if you stay the night. That explains it. We walked downstairs one by one. Okay, so the shark isn't staying. He's just kind of like hanging out in the room. I told you not to come into the kitchen. I'm busy. Simon was leaning out of the kitchen with a stern glare. But my child, isn't the redemption of the soul more... Last I checked, you can't feed customers with redemption. Now stay out. I'm pretty sure you can. You can't just command piety. I took the seat beside Heron. He scooted over to give me some room. Maybe you should just take it easy for the night. I haven't done my endeavor if I haven't converted anyone. Everyone here is a pious believer. If that were true, you'd be in the pews at Sunday's service. I would, just as soon as criminals stopped committing crimes on Sunday. Crime is merely a symptom of moral wickedness. If more people prayed... Last I checked, Father Heron, praying doesn't solve everything. Indeed. For worldly matters, we must rely on the beneficence of the worldly assistance. Unnoticed, Elegant had already come downstairs and claimed a seat across the table from Heron. Even the most righteous may fall in iniquity, and ruin if they... Oh my god. Even the most righteous may fall in iniquity, and ruin if they casually mingle with those steeped in sin. Then perhaps you should worry more about your own righteousness. After all, you only risk further degeneration if you casually mingle with us sinners. You... Want some supper to go along with your moral philosophy? Sarn slapped 2 bowls of carrot stew in front of me and Heron. The soup sloshed from the bowl and landed on the table. Bon appetit. When he served the stew to Vincel, it was refused by a hasty wave of the hand, so we served the stew to Elegant. Perhaps I've been a bit prickly. Perhaps I have been a bit prickly. You're not the only one. Bon appetit. Do you really have to imitate him? It began to grow dark. Snow piled on the windowsills in front of the door, and the pavement had all but vanished. Ansock strummed in snatches of melody in his corner, just like every bard stuck in an inn by the heavy snow. Looks like we have to stay overnight. Do I got time to change into a smaller room so I can save my money for ale? Maybe go without ale for a night? Do you know 2 places without ale? Jail and hell. That's why I come to the tavern. It's the furthest place from both. Giannis took the seat at the bar and moved to scratch the countertop. Change is okay. In this kind of weather, every guest counts. Sarn slid a mug to Giannis over the counter. Drink up, but scratch my bar and I'll take it out of your hide. Knock. Hello? A muffled voice came from behind the door. Hello? Is there anyone in there? Continual knocks came from the snow-buried door, attracting everyone's attention. The snow was piled up as high as my hips. Who would be knocking at this time of night? Everyone kept silent. Giannis moved in front of the candle to hide it. Please! Our carriage is stuck in the snow! How many of you are there? Sarn opened the partition and squeezed himself out from behind the counter. He kept his left hand concealed in his coat. 3! Please, we have money! We just want somewhere we can pass the night. I can only see 1. Sarn grimaced and cracked the door open to peek out. My master and mistress are still in the carriage. Come on in, then. Sarn pushed the door open wider, allowing a thin figure to stagger inside with a gust of snow. A goat! Oh, thank God! The wheels are stuck in the snow, and our horses panicked and broke their legs. If we hadn't seen the light of the tavern, I don't know what we would have done. Thank me later. I'll go rescue the other 2. I'll give you a hand. Sarn and Giannis took their coats and went out of the door, though Giannis' coat didn't seem to fit him well. Is there anyone I can warm myself? The goat patted the snow off his coat and shuffled over to the fireplace. I'm surprised you made it this far with the way you're shivering. It's too cold for being near the capital. Ridiculous. By the way, my name is Sean. I'm Roman. Nice to meet you. I didn't feel comfortable shaking the hand of someone trembling so hard. Luckily, he seemed more focused on warming his hands by the fire. Those prey-eyed eyes, though. Oh yeah, he's got goat eyes. I've got goat eyes. The face. True. Ooh. Ooh. Ow. I'm getting sleepy, sorry. Right, I'm good. The door swung open heavily as Son guided two people wrapped with thick cloaks inside. He left them by the fireplace to pour ale for them. Ooh! You got a fancy wolf and a fancy tiger. Here you are. Drink it to warm yourselves. Giannis carried the luggage in and returned his overly tight coat back to the coat rack, which I then noticed was actually my coat. Jerk. I'll admit, I doubt my place will meet your usual standards. Any port in a storm, as they say. Merci beaucoup. Just take it easy. I'll try and accommodate you as best I can. May I know your names, please? Lunik. Marquis Lunik Harlock. And this is my wife, Solar. A gray-furred wolf emerged from underneath the cloak. Snow clung to his messy but glossy fur, and his amber-orange eyes landed on me. Oh God, a Frenchman! I wonder if you remember me. Oi, certainly! You're the detective who resolved this crucial case for us, Monsieur. Roman. Ah, yes, Roman. Pardon. It had almost slipped out of my memory. He turned back to take off his wife's cloak before handing both to his servant Go. Sean. Oh my God, the vocals on this song. Oh, I like this one. I like this song a lot. See, I don't know why, like I said earlier, the person who made the music, felt kind of like they were unconfident with their music. The music is great in this game. I love them. I love, the dynamic of it and everything. How every character has their own, theme song. And they feel unconfident in it. They did great! I like it. I like their music. They did good. He turned back to take off his wife's cloak before handing both to his servant goat. Sean caught the two cloaks and stood aside like a living coat rack. I guess nobles have short memories. Your rooms are ready. It's not exactly a suite in the capital, but it's clean and tidy. No need to mention that they must be staying in the double suite at the end of the corridor. Thank you. I simply must get out of these shoes. Sean, I think the glue from my heels came loose from the snow melt. Son walked ahead, with a suitcase in each hand and a candle held by his tail. The Marquis and Marquis followed him up. Kane watched them go upstairs from his seat at the counter, fiddling with his pendant. It seems Kane's pendant had never been apart from him, though the color and scratches on it meant it wouldn't be worth much. Sarn came back downstairs. Alright, is there anyone here who doesn't have a room? Like me? Oh, forgive me, Father. Well, we have a nice big room left over. For the Marquis' servant. Heron's pout was so intense it was almost audible. I'm sure you know, the warriors of God must keep away from the worldly pleasures which weakens them. That includes staying overnight in the inn's big suite. I suppose that is indeed the case. So I think it's all right. Vincel and Thrivey came downstairs after one another. Thrivey walked straight to the counter, took a seat beside Kane and Ionis, and started reading a book like he was in his own little world. Before I could notice it, Kane had plucked the pendant off his neck and strode upstairs. The pendant swung about, the string of it twined between his index finger and thumb. I do say, it's gotten more lively, hasn't it? We don't usually have a packed house this late. Anyone care for a game? Side took a length of blue flannel from under the counter and spread it on the table. Game night! If you have any objections to gambling, you can go upstairs and play by yourselves. Sean stood there at the table, looking longingly at the flannel before clearing his throat. I must attend my master and mistress. Good evening. Whoa, that was... that card snap. Oh, that made me shiver. That. Oh, it's like ASMR. Oh, I like it. That's too good. I like that too much. Are you just going to gawk, or are you going to join us? Oh, yes, I'm coming. I sat by the makeshift card table. Sarn pulled out 4 cards and put them in a line. Alright, let's have a simple game to warm up. What about guessing the suits? No problem. I picked out 4 cards with different suits. Langle, Blade, Chalice, Garen. Understand? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't get it for sure. It's okay, you'll figure it out after you lose a few times. Oh, you're a terrible teacher. First, guess which one is the Langle. 1 to 4. This one. I picked the 4th card. It was not the Langle. It seems you're wrong. Now, let's guess which one is the Blade. This one? Oh, I got the Blade right. Woo! I picked the second card, and it was the Blade. Lucky guess. After 2 rounds, I fetched a small profit. Parent concentrated his attention on watching the gambling. Even I couldn't tell if he was watching critically or just to enjoy. Let me empty my wallet. I'll be back soon. Don't flee from the battlefield so soon. Do you want to lose more? Should I fear that? Poor luck. Oh, we were playing a game. Elegant was at the stairs. She raised her veil and smirked at me. What do you want? If it's not important, I've got a card game waiting for me. It is, and it is an important matter. She stepped back to the wall and backed away to the door of her room and opened the door. Is the mysterious act necessary? Very necessary. She shut the door behind me. Doing well. Are you still wearing a bell? What? Never mind. In a word... Before she could speak a whole sentence... Bang! With a crunching sound. Bang! The second one. The third one echoed in the tavern with a hoarse roar. What on earth? Don't worry. I guess it's just Kane losing his temper. He'll calm down soon and then go and cry and blame himself all night. Anyway, you were saying something? Well, I doubt it will be that simple. We should check to make sure. Whatever you had to say seemed pretty important. Don't let me die of curiosity, please. Well, in a word. Oh my god. The sound was different than the last. It was like something heavy slammed. It was like something heavy fell. It was like something heavy fell into the ground. Something that probably weighed as much as a person. What happened? I slammed the door open, bouncing off the wall as Elegant followed me out. The sound had come from the opposite side of the hall, Kane's room. I tried the doorknob, but it was locked. I thumped, pushed, and kicked with all my strength, but the door wouldn't budge. Sean ran from the double room in a hurry, a handkerchief in one hand. What happened? I think something happened to Kane in his room. The door's locked and we can't get in. Locked? Sean rushed from the stairs when he heard that, trying to push through the rest of the crowd crowded guests to fetch his keys. We can't wait. Sean backed up, then bent his head down and rushed the door with his horn. My vision went black. The air was still, the sounds of choppy breaths and sobs gradually filling my ears. A scream sliced through the still air and echoed in my ears. Oh, well. Our first boy is dead. My vision slowly cleared, and soon I could identify the shape of the scene before me. A wooden cup and a copper candlestick was resting on the ground. Dull red liquid like viscous wine trickled down from the back of the chair and pooled on the ground. The air was thick with a coppery metallic smell. Kane was slumped in the chair like he was asleep, if you ignore the knife which was thrust into his chest. A pattern of reddish gold bloomed along the lines of the knife handle, and splatters of red spread across his body. Kane's body shuddered involuntarily as the last traces of life fled his corpse. Nobody moved. It was like the world had slowed to a crawl, like witnessing a terrible accident that you couldn't do anything to stop. I thought that, by now, I had seen enough death and carnage not to be shaken by one more grisly murder scene, until I found myself staring at Kane's slowly stiffening corpse. The familiar odor of Kane's musk mixed with the metal smell of blood, the reek of death caught in my throat. Someone do something! Sarn tried to burst into the room, but he was stopped by Ansox and Sean clinging to his side. Why? Why my tavern of all places? Who did this? Which one of you did it? Sarn roared as he shook Ansox and Sean off. His lips pulled back to show fangs and his shoulders hunched. His wings began to spread angrily, struggling to free themselves from the straps he held them with. The friendly innkeeper persona dropped away. In its place was an enraged dragon out of some bard's tale, furious that somebody had dared defile his lair. He leveled his glare at me. Get a hold of yourself. I'm crushed that Kane's dead, and I don't know who did it. Then find out. I'll do it. Where's my cursor at? Cursor? Hello? There we go. I'll do everything I can. Thank you. It's very important for me. Sarn slowly recovered his composure, his fangs hidden back under his lips, and his posture relaxed. I expect all guests to cooperate with Roman's investigations in order to resolve this as soon as possible. He tossed me the ring of keys, turned around, and slowly walked downstairs, his footsteps heavy on the stairs. I remembered there was another set of keys in the attic. I should have a look later. Well then, time to get to work. If you wish, Detective, I can help by checking the corpse. If you don't want to face him so soon, that is. I'd appreciate it. I'll admit, I usually only treat living patients, but given the situation we now face, that's fine. I'll work with you. I'll work while you investigate elsewhere. Return after you finish. With this, he turned back and tightened his medical gloves before going to work. Search start. Picking out carrot from stew. I hate carrots. My autopsy isn't done quite, Detective. I'll check someplace else. The case mainly took place at... Alright, don't miss the attic. Although not everyone can give useful testimony, asking everyone is still necessary. Let's check the attic. And socks! Where were you? I just want to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. Me? I was watching them play cards. Right. Who's the culprit? Ansox was lost in thought. I was thinking if someone used the spare key. No way. Why are you so sure? The keys are all on the key holder. They look exactly the same. I would imagine only Sarn can discern the differences between them. Even if the murderer had all the time in the world, he wouldn't know which key to take. Ask Sarn if you don't believe me. Okay. Search. Oh, there's the keys right there. These must be the keys which Sarn hangs by the bedside. If there's an empty room available, the free keys will hang on there. The door was locked. Were there any problem with the keys? I counted them one by one. The shapes were basically the same. Seems like they were made in the same workshop. I'll ask Sarn about it later. The candle. A candle. A candle. A candle. A candle. A candle. Neither the worst nor the best. A candle. A candle. A candle. A candle. A candle. Nothing special. A candle. A candle. A candle. There's a reason for this, trust me. A candle. Fuck. A candle. It could be a weapon with a candlestick. Maybe. A candle. It could be a weapon with a candlestick. Candle. A candle. A candle. A candle. A candle. Likely unrelated to the current investigation. But a candle. But let me offer you an opinion. A candle? But sir, can I tell you about a candle? A very pretty candle. Candle, 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 candle. Candle, candle. Candle, so much candle. Candle, 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 candle. I am obsessed with this singular candle. It is by far the greatest, most amazing candle in the entire world. Look at just a candle. It is just a... Stop clicking, please. It's just a candle. Stop, please. There is nothing special about it. It is just a candle. Staring at the candle made me a little bit dizzy. Please, sir, stop. It's bad for your health. It's on fire. Please. It's burning your eyes. A little bit pungent. It stinks a little bit. Smelly. A smelly candle. A candle. I think we've circled back around. Oh, there we go. Let there be light. I got the achievement. Alright, cool. We did it. That's all I want to do. You should go blind and cannot continue the investigation. You never discovered who killed Kane. Bad end. That would have been perfect. I got an achievement. I did see that achievement. I like scrolled through achievements right before I started streaming. Cause there's still a lot of achievements I didn't get. And there's a lot, it's funny how, many little secrets there are in this game. I had no idea. I mean, who would click the candle a total of 40 times? Not me. There's another secret here somewhere. Let me see if I can activate it. Here's the other one. A glimpse into the mirror. Okay, the hair's still good. I think this is the other one. Okay, the hair's still good. Okay, the hair's still good. Okay, the hair's still good. I think this is the other one. Oh, there we go. Killer in the mirror. There we go. We just had to check the mirror thing. Alright, that's the only other one I can think of that was a thing. I'm a killer. I'm sexy as fuck. Hello, Peter. Pete, let's talk for a minute. I don't know. Kane. I know everyone is sad right now, but we need to find the killer. No! Not me! I didn't kill him! Calm down. I just want to ask you a few questions. Really? Really. You just need to tell me what you were doing at that time. I gently patted his back until he calmed down. I was downstairs, playing cards with Sarn and others. After you went upstairs, we restarted the round, and this time we changed to a new game. I was having good luck with my cards, and I drew a good hand. And when it was Heron's turn to play... Heron? He took your place after you left. I thought he wouldn't join in. What happened at the time of the incident? Well, I heard some kind of sound like things were getting smashed. After a bit, the sound stopped. I guess that either Kane was losing his temper or you were looking for something, so I didn't pay much attention. During the second round, I heard a very loud noise suddenly. Then there was also a weird bell ringing sound that I couldn't identify. Sarn put his cards on the chair immediately and rushed upstairs. Then we followed him. At first I thought maybe it was a trifle, like someone tripped and fell. But then you know the rest. Okay, well, thank you for your testimony. Giannis? Giannis, I'd like to talk with you. Peter's ears erected suddenly. In private. Go away, Peter. Go on. Use your fucking giant ears somewhere else. Fairly sensible. Where were you at? I want to know what you were doing at the time when Kane was killed. Hold on. You don't think I'm the one who... Don't worry. I'm just asking everyone the same question. I was playing cards at the table. Nothing else special. I didn't realize something was happening until everyone started running upstairs as soon as I looked up from my cards. I never thought Kane would... Thanks for your testimony. Did you notice Kane acting strangely this evening? I don't think so. He was drinking, playing cards, complaining about jobs, you know, the usual. Drunk off his ass and muttering that he wanted to be a chef for nobility, but didn't have a chance. Is that all? Well, me and him would meet and get drunk a lot, and I know he found a new job a few days ago. He couldn't have committed suicide. I knew on my guts he didn't. Giannis put his hand on my shoulder gently. Please, Roman, find the bastard who did this quickly. Okay. Beer. A cup. A cup. A cup. A singular cup. That's a cup. A wooden cup. A wooden cup. A very nice looking cup. Full of cuppy goodness. A wooden cup. One cup can be drunk from for a long time. Okay. The cup. A wooden cup. Too far-fetched to be a weapon. You hear that? The cup cannot be a murder weapon. A wooden cup, likely unrelated to the current investigation. Cup. I'm pawing this cup. Cup. Oh, there you go. You called it. It is just a cup. Stop touching the cup, please. But the cup, though. A candle. Nope, we're not doing this again. Sign was in the kitchen. With Dinah? Candle! Fuck. A cup! Just a cup. Nice. One of the reasons why dragons are good for running pubs is that it's always easy for them to keep the fires going. Well, that's nice. Let's go to the kitchen. Hello? I just want to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. What? I need to answer too? Standard procedure, everyone does. Fine, I was playing cards at the time. Then I heard a loud sound and a ringing bell. I thought perhaps someone fell down or collapsed, so I rushed upstairs. Turns out that I wasn't what I expected. So I leaned on the stove like a deflated balloon. What should I do? Don't worry, I'll try my best to help you. Sign sighed and straight into the keychain around his waist. Do you mind answering us something about this tavern? Anything, if it can help you catch the murderer quickly. I want to know how many sets of keys you have for the place, and where they're located. 2. One set is for guests, and if the room is empty, I hang it by my bedside in the attic. The other set is carried with you? Exactly, only 2. I've checked my set, none are missing. So the one in the door of Kane's room, it can only be Kane. It can only be Kane's. Are you sure? Maybe it's a fake. Impossible. I went upstairs to look for myself. The moment I touched the key, I knew it must be Kane's. I know the weight and shape of each key I own. It's not a fake. But it's impossible to leave after locking the door. By the way, I don't know whether I can help you or not, but there is one other thing. Every lock and key set was custom made for the tavern. If you tried opening any of the other doors with your own key, you'd find it won't go in. Why? Those keys look very similar, but the angles and shapes of the teeth have tiny, almost unnoticeable differences. So it'll stick in the wrong lock. I don't know if that's negligence or brilliance on the part of the locksmith. Okay. Ah. You talked to Vinso. Hi there, buddy. How you doing? Where were you? No offense, but I must ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. Quite alright, my good fellow. It's your job. I was playing cards downstairs with the others. I didn't notice anything until Kane was found. Thanks for your cooperation. Dreadful business this is, but I can't help but expect that someone like you would have things well in paw, detective. Good to see someone's confident. If you want, I may lend you a paw. Aaron. Hi there. Hello, Yeen. I heard you were playing cards. According to what Peter said, it seems like you didn't just watch. What? They started another round after I went upstairs, and you took my place to join them. I just saw the game couldn't go on and decided to help. Really? How avant-garde of you, father. Nevertheless, I was downstairs at the time. Uh-huh. I just want to ask you what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. I was watching the others playing cards. Everyone can testify this. I see. Sean? Hello? I just want to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. I was upstairs in my master's and mistress's room. They rang the bell to call me upstairs, so I was going to enter their room to ask for instructions. I heard a loud sound before I entered. But my duty to the Marquis is more important than satisfying my curiosity, so I just ignored the bell. Marquis. After completing my task, I went to see what happened. I think the Marquis and Marquis were willing to prove my innocence. Well, thanks for your testimony. Why do you have so much luggage? They belong to my mistress and master. I keep them here so that their room is less crowded. Okay. I'm a little bit curious why you chose to crash the door like that. Well, because I'm a ram. I'm used to butting something when I'm faced with a barrier. And after all, what happened just now? Maybe he still could have been saved. Just after coming from the room, seeing what was going on, I decided to take the most direct route. Alright. Fair enough. This is Lunik and Solar's suitcase. Looks expensive and well made. I can't look inside though, unless I get their permission. There's a mark on the chest. Maybe it's the travel, maybe not. Marki Makora. Marikora. Peter, Sean. Lady. I just want to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. Forgive me for following protocol. They touched their mouths at the same time. This was a co-murder, I know it. I've done this before, I know this tack and key. I know that's tact already. Go ahead, tell me your alibis. I bet they'll contradict each other. Look at them. Suspicious. Never trust the nobility. Eat the rich. Solar and I were in this room together. Likely story. Sean was in my room when this incident happened. I rang the bell to call him in. The bell is on the table. I'll check it later. This is enough to eliminate us as suspects. Thank you very much. I think we're done here, so I won't disturb you further. You're welcome, Detective. Please, visit me if you need any help. Oh, I certainly will, my lady. Oh, I thought there was more I could talk to them about. Never mind. Is this the bell? This is a handbell. Must be used for calling Sean. I've seen the Marquis ring the bell in his house. The sound wasn't loud, but Sean always seemed to hear it. Having a butler must be nice. I wonder if our boy is done. Boy, you done? Wait, I didn't mean to go to the attic. The corridor's empty. The corridor. Oops. Oops. Oh, Elegant. No, Elegant was with us, right? Yeah. It wouldn't be her at all. But I can still talk to her at least. I just want to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. I was standing in front of you. I see. Good to know. I'll be off. I'm a gray wolf. I'm 30 years old. Detective is my profession. Oh, we're looking for Kane. What am I? I'm stupid. Hey, are you done? Are you free now? What's the matter? Just some routine questions. You just need to answer honestly. Where were you when the incident occurred, and what were you doing? Reading my book downstairs at the bar. Who else was downstairs at the time? Son, Heron, Giannis, Peter, Vincel, Ansox. Ansox, Heron, and I kept ourselves occupied while the others played cards. I see. How's the autopsy coming along? It's been ready. Go search. Alright. Oh, wonderful. Okay. The dagger, which had exquisite words. This was a dagger which had exquisite decorative patterns carved into its hilt. It was found stabbed deep into Kane's chest. This dagger looks expensive. I checked the edge of the dagger. It's really sharp. The wound appears to be diamond-shaped, filling with coagulated blood. The apron and other clothes are bloody as well. The dagger's blade profile is identical to the shape of the wound. Thank you, Thrivey. Kane's pendant was hanging on his neck with an intact lanyard. His wallet was also in his pocket. I finished my autopsy. If there's anything you don't understand, do let me know. Thank you. Kane's eyes are devoid of any life or energy. His face was frozen in a look of shock at the moment he died. He's been dead for about 30 minutes. Cool, alright. The blood was spreading on the floor. I guess that's it, really. I don't see anything else we can really use as information. Sean knocked the door open, but fortunately the lock wasn't damaged. Nothing suspicious about the outer keyhole. The key was inserted into the keyhole. I turned the key to pull it out smoothly. I felt something strange when I inserted the key back into the lock. A little bit sticky. Okay. It looks like someone knocked these drinking cups on the ground. One of the two candlesticks was on the ground too. A candle. Candle, 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 candle. I think that's it. A single bed. There are a few blood stains on the sheets. Candle, candle, candle. I've searched everywhere else. Let's focus on the crime scene for now. Sniff! Oh, I can sniff! Get my sniffer ready. Here it comes. I took a deep breath, trying to sniff out the murderer. Although it doesn't work all the time, it saves me a lot of trouble. The scent of blood is too strong. I can't connect the scents with anyone. Might as well pay more attention to the scents, though. Time to sniff. I close my eyes and breathe in and out through my nose. Smell. Smell-o-vision. Different races, different things smell different. When they interact with each other, they leave their unique scent on each other. If I close my eyes and sniff carefully, I can locate positions of every odor, then restore them to the scene. The more similar interact methods, places, times are, the more similar the scent is. The odor of blood and death was coming from Kane. The chair he sat on was stained with similar smells. The glass smells strongly of alcohol. And that's blood, obviously. The key had a metallic smell, but something doesn't feel right. Wait, it doesn't smell like the murder scene. The smell from the lock is a mixed odor of metal and hand sweat, with a faint blood smell. Smell the knife. The smell of the dagger smells of blood, iron, and cane. I've searched everywhere else. Let's focus on the crime scene for now. Sniff with Ivy. Sniff him. Smell him good. Get that good smell. I'd like to know more about the condition of the body. Very well. The victim is Kane, a male oxen, nearly 30 years old. He was found in his own room 30 minutes ago. The time of death was closest to the time of the discovery. He was found in a sitting position in the chair of the room where he died. The left hand hung down naturally. The right hand rested on the hilt of the dagger and fell away when the body was found. The victim was wearing a beige leather apron and white linen top, which was punctured by the dagger. Blood from the wound saturated the clothes. The victim was also wearing a pendant. There was an open wound on the left portion of the chest. The shape of the wound is identical to that of the dagger. The depth is about a handspan long. It's probably the killing blow. I didn't find any bruises or other type of wounds. That's all I know at present. Okay. Cool. Sniff. Okay, we're still looking at the crime scene. Sniff. What do we got? The alcohol in the candlestick smells of the cups. Two things smells fishy. The candle and the mug. The candlestick and the cup fell at the same time, so stained with the similar smells. Two things smell fishy. Oh, the key and the lock. If the key was stuck in the lock after the incident, then it should smell like the same as the lock. It should smell the same as the lock. But why can't I smell it? Sniffing result. I don't. Granted, okay, look. Granted, I don't think sniffing would count as a would be, you know, proper evidence in a normal court of law. I'm not 100% sure like sniffing would work. Yeah, it should do it. The evidence I have is enough. It's time to find out the truth. Sniffing about. Do you wish to save your progress? Yes, I would. Also, I'm probably gonna stop here because you know, we gotta. It's late and I've got to go to bed, and so instead of, you know, I gotta sleep. Might as well, because I don't want to, like, you know, stop in the middle of this. This is a furry world. Screw normal courts of law. True enough. True enough. This is a furry world indeed. Aw, Kane's dead. Look at his portrait. Aw, poor boy. Is that a pickle? No, it's not. But yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep. I will continue this tomorrow, though. We will continue this tomorrow. And yeah. And with that, I will see you all tomorrow. I'm tired. I got work. I do like this visual novel a lot. I enjoy it. It's cute. I like the characters. The music's really good too. Lots of little things I like about it. There's some humor too. Alright, anyway. Well, I will certainly try to drop by. I'm curious about this game. Do it. It's nice. I like it. Already, you know, this wonderful Christmas has already gone bad. Somebody has died on the first night. The first night somebody has, not even the, has it? No. We've just reunited. Everybody has just been in the same room for like less than a single day and somebody has died. See, this is why furries can't be together. Especially at an inn. At an inn, the moment more than like 3 people came together, somebody died. That's bad. Because it was me, and was the cat. I think that's the cat. No, there she is. It's the cat, Elegant. So me, Elegant, and Zox, and Sarn, who's right over here, I'm gonna guess. It was all good when we were all together. Like, just us 3 was fine. Totally fine. And then everybody else came, and now somebody's dead. So, yeah. That's bad. That's not good. Anyway, with that, I will see you all tomorrow. I will go to sleep. Yes, 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 I sleep. Alright, bye everybody. Bye, 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 bye. See us.
Get a load of this!